We're just getting started over here. Good to see you. Let's go. How you been? All right, what do we got? Who do we have in this zone? This is a dangerous zone. You know? Kazakh Thule on the PvP server. People love this place. Place to be. Hey, Fardotron, what's going on? You're just in time. 13 days cleaning the devil's lettuce. Wow, that's like almost 2 weeks, man. 2 weeks tomorrow. I'm doing great. I'm doing even better now that I'm here playing my favorite game, EverQuest. The game. Really fun. This zone. Like I said, this is kind of like a hot zone. People pop in here almost constantly. Right? I'm surprised this lizard's even up. It means nobody's killed the placeholder. Mm, you know? Maybe they did. Maybe they killed it 23 minutes ago and then it spawned after 22 minutes. And it's only been up for a minute. And here I am sniping the placeholder. Who knows? It could be it. But what I do know is I'm going to note the time. We're going to get back to this later. I guess I could take fine steel. Why not? Alright, anyways, we got a nice long stream ahead of us today. Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest 2025, number 35. It's going to be a good one. There's no choice but to be a good stream. That's the option. What we're going with. It's going to be excellent. Alright, I wonder what's happening in OOC right now. The Chozuth seems a little mad. We have a question of the day today. We sure do, buddy. It's going to be at 8 a.m. We gotta build some hype first. We gotta let it simmer. So a couple hours. Introduce the question of the day. Last week's question of the day was shit, what was it? It was something about favorite class. Was that what it was? Does anybody remember what it was? I remember the week before that. It was what's your favorite Adam Sandler movie? So, in the meanwhile, if you want to answer the last couple, while we build the hype for our, big bad question later on. But for favorite Adam Sandler movie, I was obviously inspired by Happy Gilmore 2 being released. I haven't seen it yet still. 2 whole weeks later. Still haven't seen that. I might. Eventually. Uh-oh. Get back here. You like Wedding Singer for Drew Barrymore? That was a great one, honestly. Kind of underrated. I liked 50 First Dates for what's his nuts? Uh-oh. Okay. So I had a C Invis that attacked me, and now I got all this other nonsense. I don't want these. I want the one to the left in there. Mr. Deeds was a great one, as mentioned. Yeah, I saw that one in theaters. I thought it was pretty good. As far as a more modern Adam Sandler, I thought it was like a good one. He's had some stinkers over the years, but he's had some good ones too. Did I not kill this one? Oh my god, whatever. I'm over this. Why is this one not moving? Oh, he's still rooted, probably. It's annoying. Waterboy, yes. That's another one I saw in theaters. I saw a lot of these in theaters, come to think of it. I did not see Billy Madison in theaters. I remember seeing Billy Madison at a friend's birthday party sleepover on, VHS. That was a good one.
Runs with Sheep rated your channel with 5 viewers.
Runs with Sheep. That's what's up. Thank you. Appreciate that. But hey, we're just getting started over here. I'm trying to pull this other lizard. I got an ad, and I don't want the ad. I don't want that lizard. I want this lizard. Runs with Sheep. How you doing today? This bright and early Sunday morning. Or you could call it
Logan rated your channel with 19 viewers.
Double raid. Logan, what's going on? Hey, you're just in time. We're just getting started over here. Night shift, getting ready to clock out. I'm here for the morning shift. It's a nice little turnout this morning. I'm glad you're all here, and just in time at that, I've been in this zone too long. I mean, you gotta move in silence in Kazakh Thule. I'm over here with bells on, tripping over stuff, getting rooted by lizards. Not good. Alright. There we go. Note the time. Let's make a little note. Speaking of the time, you might notice it's a little early. We got a little early start today. I couldn't stay away. Why stay away when Norath is so inviting? Hey, appreciate all you raiders chatting. Yes, Swamptacular Splashfest is incoming, as Chilogan has said. Saw you playing, what zone was that? I was like half asleep, obviously. I woke up quite early, get ready for this. And when I fell asleep, I was watching Antonia's Block Party. And when I woke up, I was watching Chilogan. I was like, oh, yeah, Great Divide Dwarf Heads, right in that cave. Hey, Brandolin, I appreciate those kind words, and hopefully see you again soon, right? I'm here every Sunday morning, bright and early. I'm here every Thursday morning for a little morning stream. And of course, Tuesday is now Tuesday in the afternoon, so you know where to find me. Here, twitch.tv/big_league_chewy. Got a PvP kill and then choked the second one. Nice. What was the kill? I need the deets. Alright, hold on. I gotta note that time. 53 plus. Alright. Carry the 1. See if this will be like. Oh my god, the weighted axe. Some poor dwarf cleric at specs, 40% setting, weighted axe to the back for 460. Splat. Oh my gosh. That's fun. That's good times. Love to hear about it. Alright. Hey, thank you for that follow. So this is the PvP server. I'll be back. I'll be back on this. On Nui, my 60 Shadow Knight. I just logged in because I wanted to check out Kazakh Thule names. I got some other stuff I want to check out too. We had a, what's it called? A quake the other day. Yesterday, in fact. The server quake. So everything's kind of, what's it called? You missed the swing on round 2 20 minutes later, so it was an awkward 15 seconds while he channeled gate. Yeah. That's, oof. So, the hard part about BowQuest, because I mean, yeah, weighted axe is a great sitting, but a lot of times people equip weighted axe, for BowQuest, which is all fun and games until you swing with your weapon, and then you're like, oh, 15 seconds, gotta wait. That's like an eternity in a joust, but if you got the weighted axe and you just come in for the one every 15 seconds, ooh, that could be good, but Probably better off against a keyboard turner with that one. Um, silent move. There we go. Silent move. Gonna take me a second to log in. And the weighted axe throw lots when someone's sitting, max damage slapper, yeah, absolutely. Sitting damage is full damage, as we know, and it's absolutely brutal. I remember one time, so I have Tim Dim, the warrior, right? Back in the day, I used to have Tum Dum, the warrior, and Tum Dum was level 35, parked at Crocs, like for life. That was his position. That was the role. I was there doing it, and I remember one time getting a crippling blow on somebody that was sitting. It was so ridiculous. They were full HP and just got deleted. Um, Pretty good because I was low HP. I was camping out low HP so I could pop in low HP, get the crippling blows right from the get go. But I had to get lucky. Level 35, you don't have the discipline. It's all but it worked. Anyways, this right here, let's show you. Looks a lot like the other one, right? Instead of Nui, we're Pewee now. This one needs some XP and definitely big time needs some faction, right? We got bonus XP, bonus loot, and bonus faction going on right now. So I want to take advantage of that a little bit. Maybe when people wake up, I'll get with the flowers and we'll go somewhere else. And, take advantage of the faction elsewhere. Totally fizzles. Well, speaking of faction, here's one more frog lock. I'm pretty sure I'm max KOS anyway, so it's like not really a huge deal right now. Yeah, max KOS. So when I say I got a hole to dig out of over here, I got quite the hole to dig out of. I would like, to be ally with the frog locks. That'd be cool. Even with bonus faction, still quite the lofty goal. I'm gonna go to Lower Guck, dead side. Start killing some dead frogs. Something to do while we wait for the palace to wake up and log on. All right, a bunch of flowers will be joining me today because it is the Sunday SWAMPTACULAR SPLASHFEST 2025 after all, of which it's number 35. I was trying to think of what's cool about 35. It's a multiple of 7, right? So that's kind of seems lucky. Of course, I pulled the ad. I was walking by too. That's never good. Setting myself up for some nice nice downtime when I got a med, I hate that. Alright. At least the root is off me. Want this one down. There we go. That was nice hit. A little double. There we go. Shit, I need an indoor clicky for this guy too. It's always something. Hey, Chilogan, I appreciate the raid this morning, and I appreciate that, the good luck. I will. I will have excellent, happy hunts today. I'm gonna be all over the place. I think it's gonna be one of those streams where I'll play this Shadow Knight until I'm like, let's go do something else, and then I'll go log on something else and do something else. Okay, until the crew logs in. Once the crew logs in, then I'll really settle in, and we'll get a full grind going. But feeling like you know, the world is our oyster, as we used to say. Anyways, normally I'd be starting the stream right now, right? 6 a.m. That's the scheduled start time. I couldn't stay away. I just, with this holiday bonus, in fact, I'm going to put that in the stream title. There's a holiday bonus in effect. We're really we gotta reap the rewards. It's Labor Day weekend, right? That's what now I'm saying it's holiday bonus in effect with an E. Is that what it is, or is it holiday bonus in effect with an A? I'm not sure about this one. I've always been very wishy-washy on the usage of those two words, and I hate to blame EverQuest for my shortcomings, but I could have sworn they had them backwards for a long time in this game, like the early days of EQ, when I was learning how to type and apparently learning the meanings of effect and affect, because then they patched it and switched them, and ever since I've always had to like think about it real hard. Which one's which? And I don't know.
Goku but stronger subscribed to your channel for 4 months.
Whoa! Thank you. Hey, Goku, but stronger. That's awesome. Appreciate you so much right now. Hey, with your support, I will continue to make this stream better and better every week. We're gonna up the production value. We're gonna up the action. We're gonna, you know, I can't up the consistency because we're already at the max. You know what I mean? The slider is hitting that. You know, the number says 100. Consistency is it can't go any higher because it's very consistent every Sunday, all year long. You learn your grammar from EverQuest exclusively. Hell yeah, dude. Everything I need to know, I learned from from EverQuest. I don't know if the mic was picking that up, but that's Winnie. She got like the zoomies this morning. She's zooming around and meowing. Hey, Winnie. See if I can lure her over here. Hey, Goku, but stronger. Have a great sleep. I appreciate the lurk. I definitely appreciate the subs. And yeah, that top sub badge looks good. The Bits Leader badge looks good next to your name. It's a good look. Runs with sheep. You say EverQuest literally taught you how to type. Same, dude. I could not fathom typing. It would get honestly, I would panic. I'd type in class and I would have like a real bad time. It was like an out of body experience. How like distraught I was. I'd feel like the keyboard was rising and I was sinking in my chair, and I just like this cold sweat. I just couldn't do it. It was the only class that was like keeping me off the honor roll at the time. Don't worry. I've once I learned how to type, I started screwing up other classes plenty. But for a while, typing was like my big struggle. But then, you can't look at the keyboard, pick and peck while you're playing EQ. You're gonna get freaking wailed on. So I learned, through necessity. First, I started with where the wads were and where Q was. Right, I used Q for auto attack. Tree Rat taught me that because it's right near the wads. I like that. That works well for me. You know, and if now you know like the whole left hand side of the keyboard pretty much. It was just getting the right hand going too, and you know, thanks EverQuest. Never could honestly, I never could have done it without EverQuest. Mavis Beacon didn't teach me anything. Hey, Captain Lung Whistle, what's going on, dude? Glad to see ya. I think you might be able to help me out with something, Captain Lung Whistle. I have a small issue. A small issue is a small little corpse in you know where. I could use a little help there, perhaps. Yeah, you're still there. Yes, let's do that. Oh shit.
Captain Lungwhistle subscribed to your channel for 6 months. Captain Lungwhistle started a new hype train.
Captain Lung Whistle, thank you. Between you and Goku but Stronger, you got the hype train going. It's 6 a.m. I hey, cheers. I think I got the excellent the Boo Earns mug. You know, and I'm gonna take a celebratory gulp of this coffee, and then I'm gonna refill this coffee. So, better money than Netflix. Hey, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Hey, Captain Long Whistle, I pledge to you and all subscribers right now that I'm gonna keep, you know, trying to up the production value here. You think it's better than Netflix now? We'll wait till next week. Number 36 is gonna blow number 35 away. That's just the pace we're at, right? It's like we got a line graph, and the line's going up, up, and away, and it's you know what I mean. The y-axis is greatness, and of course the x-axis is going to be time, right? And as time goes on, the greatness is going up. So thank you. Let me refill this coffee real quick. KH fan, what's going on? Hey, good morning. You're just in time. We're just getting started over here. I got a plan. I got a little plan. Oh, ho, ho, ho. You saw what I almost did here? Almost just logged out in the middle of, you know, one pop there, and a Pather pop. I could have had 3 frog locks on me when I came back. That would have been very silly. Let me move here. Move here. Okay. Like I said, I got a little plan here. It's time to check something. We're playing some Hollow Knight. Nice. I haven't played Hollow Knight yet, but I've seen a little bit of it. It looks cool. That whole style of game looks kind of cool. But make a little silent move real quick. As noted earlier, this morning I'm gonna be popping in here, popping in there, just kind of keeping an eye on things, checking things out. Silk Song in just a few days. I haven't heard of this one. Bardotron. What's Silk Song? Okay, so I did crash. 2 for 2 on crashing. If that was my goal, I'd be very, very pleased with that. But actually, I like it when I don't crash, believe it or not. Not for nothing, but for me, it's easier to log into the next tune if you don't crash on the camp. 4th of September is a big day for the Hollow Knight community. Gotcha. Yeah, coming up. I got a couple games on my Steam wish list right now that I'm gonna think about real hard and narrow down one of them for Tuesday or Tuesday, right? We're assuming it's gonna be Tuesday, but you know, if my day goes sideways on Tuesday and I don't get home from work until too late, and you know, it'll have to be Wednesday, but it'll probably be Tuesday is the goal for Tuesday. It rhymes, right? I try to keep it simple like that, but my point is, I got a couple games that I'm looking at. I'm gonna pick the one that speaks to me the most. Show you guys that, and then we'll, you know, probably mess around with some of the other games too. I don't know if you like the way I did it last Tuesday, but I did. So we might do it like that again, which is, you know, kind of a variety thing. Play this for an hour, play this for a half hour, play this for now. You know what I mean? Do a run of this, a run of that. Check in on whatever, and a little variety. Anyway, moving in silence. No, no, no. We're playing EQ. I said I'd be back down here to check what popped, and guess what? I'm a little late. I'm like a full minute late for this pop. So if somebody already sniped it and camped out, well, I mean, I guess to the victor goes the spoils, but we'll see. Normally use the God Home boss room to practice bosses. Nice. Yeah, I don't know what that is, but it sounds pretty cool. All right, what do we got here? Placeholder. I'm just gonna leave that up because we got bigger fish to fry this morning. Checking the other names though. I'm early for that one. Okay, let's see here. This runs a lot slower with J boots than Bard speed, believe it or not. To be honest, all things are. But I can usually hold on to the ladder a little better with J boot speed. Ladder's so slippery. Anyways, I got a lot of good practice making this run on the Bard. Because that's who I usually farm this on. Just because of the running, right? Why would I run around at J boot speed when I could run around at Bard speed? All right, I'm a little early for this one. Like a minute early, maybe. So let's see. See what pops. Deal with it. And another placeholder. Okay. It is what it is. Let's make a silent move. Just a small silent. Oh shit. I was like, I'll camp out right here. You can't see where. It's part of the point. I was trying to pick a little spot that was secret. But of course, the thing I sat next to saw in Viz, so it was. Trust me when I say, it's just I'm just running out right now. I know you can't see, but nothing too exciting. All right. Silent moving over to my next troll. Let's see what we see. It would have been nice to get a, a named pop in Kazakh this morning, but farming those takes dedication, right? Otherwise, what are you doing? You popping names to feed to somebody else? No, no, no. You got to be there to check the pop. I checked it, and that's about as dedicated as I want to be this morning. Maybe if I feel like doing it again later, kill them and check them again after they pop. That's fine, but I'm not gonna kill them now and then check them at a random time later on because that's feeding. That'd be feeding for sure. I'm not trying to do that. We're on a tight ship around here. I don't mind being fed, you know. Find one of these up from somebody else, that's fine with me, but leaving one up for somebody else, no. Not in the PvP server. The stakes are too high. That being said, I'm an EverQuest enjoyer. You're an EverQuest enjoyer. Let's enjoy some EverQuest. As soon as it lets me in. It's doing this thing. Right, because I crashed. Or no, I plugged. So this one's self-inflicted, right? I hit the zone line and I didn't come out the other side. You never beat Hollow Knight, Farotron? You played through the first 80% twice. Does it get really hard at the end, or you just put it down and decided to start fresh the next time? I've got some games like that personally, and TV series too. I never seen the end of Breaking Bad, so no spoilers. Is it possible to spoil something that's like been around for that long? I feel like there's some point where it's like becomes just common knowledge. But anyway, I seen to the Fly episode, and I got bored and I turned it off, and I never turned it back on for a while. And I was like, I gotta start over, and I started it over again. I got to the Fly episode, and I was like, I don't care, and I stopped. And I know like there's other episodes past that, and I know it's like the broken plate pieces. I thought that was fine. I didn't have a problem with the broken plate pieces. The Fly up, just something about that one. I was just so bored, like bored to tears. Like I could not. I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with me. Anyways, need a little silent move. I'm finally in. Let's see something. The Fly episode is supposed to be a joke episode. Well, I didn't get the joke. I guess I don't know. I don't even know if I've seen the end of the episode. All right, I'll be back. All right. Let's see here. Lake Wrath. I want to see if anybody's in South Corona real quick. I had a little silent move fail there, right? I showed you guys what I was doing when I meant to not, right? I'm waiting for a res. I thought it was time. I misunderstood. So I'll do that silent move later. Meanwhile, let me run around on the Bard. Let's see what we see. I love the Bard because I could actually travel places, see stuff, get around. It almost spoils you. You run around Bard speed too long. It's hard to travel any other way. Let's see what we see. But yeah, the Fly episode, like, did anybody like that one? I feel like it's pretty like infamous. I saw some One of those, like, it was like, I think Data is Beautiful or whatever, and it like visualized the ratings of every episode of that show. You know what I mean? It's like all pretty much green, right? People loved it. Every episode is very highly rated, but there's like that one, like dark red. It's like that must be the Fly episode, and I zoomed in or whatever. It's the Fly episode, so I'm not the only one. Like I think just like a lot of people didn't like that one. What's up with that? Anyway, I miss the back in the day. You used to be able to just grab a pet, tell the pet to attack Quillmane, and it'd be like pet attacking Quillmane. You say, "Oh shit, Quillmane's up." You know? Remember that? That was pretty cool. Maybe it wasn't. They say it wasn't classic, right? Is that the reason we don't have it? It must be, right? Because everything is. We're always trying to move towards classic. That's the goal, right? I can't just change stuff, make it unclassic just because too many Plane of Hate minis got sniped on green server, right? They couldn't do that. That wouldn't. That wouldn't happen. So I'm always happy if a change gets made more classic. So I'm assuming pet tracking was not classic, but it was sure convenient. Like really convenient. I just pop into Great Divide on my druid, real quick, charm a wolf, and be like, hey, attack Lodi. Oh, Lodazel's up? Nice. Oh, attack Stormfeather. Oh, Stormfeather's up? I don't gotta freaking vac over there and run? No. Just check right there from the freaking dragon ring. It was beautiful. And while I'm at it, let's see if the Stalker's up, because that's what I... for these eye patches, I need so many Direwolf Stalkers. It's not even funny. I got every other piece, but not the Stalker. That would be a good stream someday, right? Do a little grind up there looking for Dire Wolf Stalker, finish off some eye patches. That'd be nice. But anyway, only a couple random potential placeholders. It's not like I have a good enough track as a bard, or I could see enough of the zone to make determinations. I'm just randomly poking and prodding here. And if somebody already had it nicely figured out and had the placeholder right on top or otherwise marked in there, hey, sorry, I'm screwing it all up for you. You know? Good luck finding the placeholder again now. I'm burying it. But anyway, I'm not doing a Lev Cloak grind this stream. We did that. Was that last stream? We were wildly successful whenever it was. We got 6 Lev Cloaks in one stream, which is, I'm not going to say unheard of. In fact, Chillogan, shout out to Chillogan, he's gotten even more in one stream before. So, like 6 is good though. Let's do a type shouting it out. I'm sure you already know. Many of you came over on the raid from Chillogan, but if you're not following Chillogan, just hit that button right there. I did the shout out in the chat, so you can press the button. You don't even gotta leave. You can click right there if you're not already following him. You don't want to miss it. He plays the red server now too. We've converted him. He's on the dark side now. He plays green still too or whatever, but he's been getting down and dirty with us, which is very fun. In fact, let me regale you of a tale. While we're here, I'll tell you about this. Very recently, there's been this new guy in Guck. Now, I'm not going to say he's a new guy, like a new player on the server, or a newbie, or anything like that, but it's just someone we haven't seen before. But his gear, is very, very nice, right? An established player's gear, clearly. But they've been in there without a hall pass. They didn't have a hall pass, so we had to go mess with them. And He's tough. When I say I've never fought a hard enchanter, right? It's true. Enchanters are pretty easy in PvP, unless they have a pet summon. You know, I mean, they charm a pet and they get the jump on you. Then sure, yeah, it's gonna be tough. But for the most part, their HP pools are low, and you can get in there and crunch them up. But what if? Let's say what if it's a low level and they have enough gear to improve their stats tremendously, and then they got some nice buffs from like a level 60 druid buried really well because they got 4 clickies, right? So they can spam the clickies and keep you from dispelling those good buffs. Now that hypothetically would be a tough enchanter, right? And that's just what we happen to see. We saw an enchanter like that came ready to go, ready to play, really, really ready to scuffle. And he even had the cure shield. You've seen me fight enchanters enough on this stream, perhaps, if you watch often. But if not, I'll fill you in. When you fight an enchanter, you need some sort of, little disease on yourself, or some sort of, something that hurts you, so that if you get mezzed, you get woken up right away. Every tick, you get woken up. Usually, Crimson Potion, sold by the same guy as the Crystallized Pumice, is like the go-to. What's it called? So, show you what's going on. Back here, back at it. Where's I going with this? So anyway, this enchanter, he evaded capture several times over the course. Yeah, back at it again with the white vans. This enchanter was tough because I'd come ready, disease cloud or crim pot, whatever it may be, and he'd use the cure shield to cure it, and then still hit you with the mez. And then while you're mez, load you up with the debuffs, bury a root on you, keep you blind, all this stuff to like really, make the fight annoying. Nothing I haven't seen before, but it was something I couldn't really do much about. I got him low a couple times, but he would always get away, or sometimes even I would have to get away. But it was always, ended in no yellow text, one way or another. I get a little candy going. But finally, between the two of us, me and Chilogan, got him to plug this enchanter, and then we kind of took a little shifts for a little bit because he wanted to come back really bad. He wasn't staying away. Sometimes people plug, and that's it. You won't see him again for a little bit. They'll sneak back later when they know it's safe. But some people, they want to see. They can't stay away, and this guy couldn't stay away. He kept peeking. So we got him a little lower each time he peeked, and then finally he came back, and I finished him off. I got the kill. But of course, I wasn't recording it because it happened so fast. You know what I mean? But it was fun. It was a good time. And yeah, like I said, the kill wasn't recorded, but I have a lot of scuffles recorded, tons of scuffles recorded. So maybe I'll give you guys a little peek into all that. Yeah, I don't have any 29 spells. Nope. Invis is 29. Unfortunately, and I don't have any plat in my bank, or I would have bought it while I was there. Actually, I don't even think they sell it in Grob. I think I'd have to go to like Oasis or something, probably. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they do sell it in Grob. Thank you for the rest. If you need invis real bad, I have cloudy pots. I'd suggest everybody carry cloudy pots. You know what I mean? At all times. Very good. Yeah, take luck. I could give you a sow, unless you already have one of those. That is something I do have. Anyways, we're just getting started over here. This is Saibao, my shaman. Level 28 now. I think we got 25 on stream. So, you know, I did a little grinding off cam. I'm a EverQuest enjoyer. You can't blame me for enjoying a little EQ. You know? Anyway, I'm just standing here fighting this thing as if I don't have spells. I do have spells. I'm not the leader. Or I'd invite ya. Getting crunched up. There we go. Alright. I talk about how much I hate downtime. So I did something about it, right? Got the downtime reducer equipped, right? So the last time I played this is the third Saibao stream, right? First one was level 1. Second one was whatever until 25, and now 28 plus, right? We're gonna gain over here. And gain some levels. And yeah. Anyway, I uploaded the old stream to YouTube, as I do, as I'm known to do. You want an archive of the old streams, you go to the YouTube. But the one comment that it got needs more fungi tunic, and I chose to read it, you know, as Christopher Walken, as if he was talking about a cowbell on that famous SNL skit, you know. But I don't know, was he being sarcastic? I had all the fungi tunic I could have, you know. He sounds like my Shadow Knight. Needs more fungi tunic, right? Because I borrowed it from the Shadow Knight. All right, here we go. We're getting 29. Now I wish I had Plat back in Grob so I could have bought some spells, but it is what it is. Oh shit, you know what that means. You know what a ding means. Time to dance. Time to cheer. Time to wave. It's time to point and say, hey you. Hey you, yes you. We're just getting started over here. Bow. Hit another dance real quick. Did you know that every Sunday is a Swamptacular Splashfest like none other? Today happens to be the number 35, right? Of all the Swamptacular Splashfests of 2025. This is the 35th one. Not the 35th best one. In fact, it's going to be number 1 best so far. But that's thanks to you, yes you, the viewer, viewing, you know? I couldn't do it without you, nor would I want to. It just wouldn't be a Swamptacular Splashfest. It would be a regular EQ grind. Not that there's anything wrong with a regular EQ grind. You know, we love an EQ grind. I saw somebody zone in. Okay, it's Scroto. Invited him. Let's dance with Scroto. But, hey you. Yes you. If you're hating, if you're wishing us ill will, if you got something to say about flowers, what slash rude is for you, you know? And if you're doing it quiet and sneaky and you thought I didn't know, well, I know. I know. I got a slash root for you too. There it is. Anyway, let's get back to it. Celebrate every ding. And that was 29. 30's right around the corner, but that's a hell level. So, can't wait to get to that. It'd be great to get these hell levels totally finished off. Or this hell level upcoming 30. It'd be great to get that finished off during the holiday bonus. I feel like that's not even a lofty goal. That's a very, very doable thing. Especially Yonder Wiley here helping us out. Let's take a little roll call. We got Fardotron in the house, looking good, Fardo. We got Captain Long Whistle keeping it real, and we got Yonder Wiley live and in effect. And of course, I'm repping Saibao. We're all happy as can be, you know. Number one undisputed PvP guild of all time, heavyweight champs. Uh, find a better guild. You won't. You can't. Can't be done. Find a find a longer lasting guild. I don't even think that could be done. I think we're probably holding all the titles right now, and we ain't giving them up. Anyway, is FaZe Clan older? You think so? I feel like this guild is older than the median FaZe Clan member age. Did I used to play Ralisec? Nah. I was a shook little kid. Well, my friend did. Tree Rat did. He tried to get me to join, but you know, I started on Red Beta, and I got to they welcomed me with open arms. Right? There's Chairman Kaga and Shrubwise. I I was talking shit. I was saying this guys are fake flowers, and then you know how wrong I was. How wrong I was. When I found out, you know what I mean, that they were actual OGs, and they knew Tree Rat. I was like, oh shit. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. You know, I had that taste of you know, the red life, and you know, I started talking like a PvP player, even though I was fresh on the scene. You know, Chairman Kaga and Orby are great peeps, and there's some older Counter Strike clans. Yeah, I mean, I guess so. I guess so, but we have a richer history. Right? Are they actually active? We're yo, you can count the flowers right here. You don't need a freaking microscope to find us. Here we are, representing. But I do like that. I do like that rich history. I like being able to say I've been a flower for 15 years and I'm one of the new guys. You know what I mean? Like we loot it. Oh, we can loot it. It's just a low level one. I don't know. I like to boast and brag about our superiority on stream. So if that offends you, you know what I mean. Yeah, just close your eyes when I say it. Right. Listen, it's not a cult. Important to note. We gotta get Kaga to log in sometime. Speaking of Kaga, that'd be fun. Swimming, swimming, swimming. My swimming skill is not good. I have a lot of work to do on this. Trying to sneak in a couple skill points, but nah, no such luck. I don't want to get too far away and miss XP. I'm very helpful. Imagine grouping with a shaman that doesn't cast any buffs on you and doesn't do anything helpful. It'd be fun. These guys don't have to imagine. They get to live that right now. This is my first shaman to ever get past level 5. Okay, my shaman, my banker is a shaman, so I can't say I've never made a shaman before, but he didn't do much. He's gotten some PvP kills in the swamp because of course I leveled my banker up to mess with low levels. Why wouldn't I? But now this is my first real shaman, level 29 now, which is a spell level. It's probably like I know Yonder Wiley told me it's not an exciting spell level, I think, but you do get invis, you get some stuff, but you only get it if you go buy it. I didn't go buy it, so I don't got anything right now. We're just gonna keep rolling with level 24 spells, and it's what it is. A little regen for Loogie. So, cannibalize, something I've never had before, and I love it. Now I can see why you guys like shaman so much. You got a nice little kit of spells, and like a friggin' mana stone at all times. Gotta love that. Basically, it's okay, fine. It's no mana stone, but it's very close. Very nice. Don't go around the corner. There you go. Oh, you fell to the ground. I'm not. I don't got time to read all that. I'll keep an eye out for it, but. Somebody ask your local monk if they've tried not falling to the ground. Right? Just don't fall. Just try not falling to the ground. That would be preferred. I'm just kidding. You can't control it. I know. I feign death too. I got a Shadow Knight, and I know the struggle. Except my feign death costs mana, so it's even worse. Um, Monk and I was gonna say Shaman. Wizard. Monk and Wizard are now the only two classes I really haven't ever played. Um, okay, I can't say never played. I did. I told this story once. Back in the day on retail, I had a friend, not Tree Rat, another friend in school that played EverQuest, but he played on the PvE server with me. But he was like deep in it. He was very, he was like #1 on LDON. So it was like that era. And then Gates of Discord came out or whatever, right? Was that the next one? Anyway, he was like heavy into the raiding. And this is how I got into the raiding. That's how I got heavy into raiding, I should say. Because I did do a little Planes of Power before that, but it really got hot and heavy during Gates of Discord for me. Anyway, he let me play his wizard sometimes because he wanted to get the DKP raids he couldn't make it to. He would get me to log in as wizard and pretend I was him. You know, it's okay now. The statute of limitations is passed on the DKP fraud over here. But anyway, he needed the DKP, so I'd play his wizard. But one time I was playing his wizard and I accidentally ported all the clerics in the middle of a fight. That was very embarrassing for him because I was pretending to be him, you know? Whoops. Good times. Anyway, so I've played a wizard. I've done a lot on a wizard. I've ported a whole group of clerics that were in the complete heal cycle, in the middle of the complete heal cycle, you know? And of course wiped the raid. And it was a complete disaster. But hey, I guess that's what you get for leaving all the clerics in the group with a wizard. Good times. Good times. That was on Zev server. If anybody was on Zev server and got ported out in the middle of what kill was this? It was like a big chimera. I think its name was like Chure, like true, but the letters screwed up, or tune, but with an R. Chure. I believe it was in the middle of that fight, if anybody knows that one. But it was like when this expansion was pretty new, so it was like a really hard fight. Later, that becomes one of the very easy farmable ones once you know the strategy. But it was a tough one at first. I think it cast like some like really bad AOE that everybody has to stay around the corner to avoid. There was I don't remember the specifics other than I ported everybody out and everybody was mad. Mad at him, you know. Mad at me, but like by means of him. That was probably my most embarrassing EverQuest moment. So far. Almost level 30 already. I mean, it's easy with a 60 monk helping us out. Can you fall down one of these or something? I'm just like not gonna be careful. Which is the one you can fall down? I feel like maybe it's in the hut there or something. There's some spot. Once upon a time, a long time ago. Retro Gamer 5000, how you doing this morning? Hey, we're just getting started over here, just in time. Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest 2025, number 35. I would like to ding 35 today. For a number 35 to ding 35, that'd be nice. But here's ding 30. Here's the dance. Here's the cheer. Uh-oh, you had a terrible thing happen on Quarm. Oh no. Hold on. Let me do a little. Oh, you see that? This is how I feel about that for you. Retro game. We had a terrible thing on Quarm. Here it is one more time. Hanging my head, shaking my head. Game lagged out in Luckland. And the gray and caused you to die. Uh-oh. Is that the one with no air? Nobody can hear you scream there. That's worthy of another one of these. But for level 30, I got to cheer, I got to dance, and I have to wave to everybody, and I have to point and say, "Hey, you, yes, you, welcome." We're just getting started, and this is Sunday SWAMPTACULAR SPASHFEST 2025, number 35, and I'm so happy you're here. And I would appreciate it. Please, 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 if you could come see me on a Tuesday, which is probably Tuesday. And would you please, please, please check me out on Thursday mornings for the Rise and Grind. And please, please, please consider following and seeing every Sunday for Sunday SWAMPTACULAR SPLASHFEST 2025. You know, my group loves when I do this. They're fighting stuff. I'm over here saluting. It took you 13 to 14 hours to get a res one time. Ooh, yeah. I mean, hopefully you could find what you're looking for. We got a lot of P99 red players in the mix right now, I would say. But, you know, hey, are you a member of our Discord yet? It's called the Swamp. I got a link in the About section. You might want to try in there. You might find some Quarm members. I can't guarantee it, but it's worth a shot. You could say it's the place to be. You certainly don't want to pay an arm or a leg. Yeah, definitely not. Hopefully you find a nice, easy res. So, I'm trying to think of the layout of Luckland. As a P99 player, Luckland's almost a dirty word here, you know, but I like Luckland. And I remember the gray, right? I'm trying to think of how to get there. Let's think. You go from Nexus to Nethurbian Lair? You pass through the Thurbian Lair and get to Dawnshroud Peaks, I'm thinking. And from Dawnshroud Peaks, I don't think it's directly to the gray, right? You got to go through maybe Maiden's Eye. Am I right on this? This is me trying to remember 20 years ago. Am I right? Is this right? I've always said I really like Luckland. And if my memory is correct, that's just proof that I'm a Luckland enjoyer. Okay. But if I'm wrong, hey, forgive me. It's been a long ass time. And I play P99. But basically what I'm getting to is that's a lot. That's a decent amount of places you got to cross. And get there from Hollow Shade Moor. I don't remember Hollow Shade Moor though. Which one was that? Scarlet Desert. Oh, SD. I forgot about SD. Been so long for me. We can get Mon Latalis to the gray. Been so freaking long. You know what my favorite was? GE. Now I know if we had Luckland on P99 Red, that's where I'd be right now with my people, the lunatics, right? Hang out with them. I'd be, you know, I'd become one of them. I'd like right now. I'm just living with the frogs, you know, protecting the frogs. I'd be living with the lunatics, protecting the lunatics from anybody trying to get their pants. That was a fun zone. And honestly, like I could just imagine what PvP in there would be like. Just the layout of it, the way it's like rooms with doors. So many doors in that zone. So many thin little walls in that zone. Like it would be very interesting. I never PvP'd in Luckland. I was a bluebie. Played on Moral Fool and then later Zev server. And you know, I regret that, but at the same time, I enjoyed EverQuest. I learned a lot. I had a good time. Gave me some perspective for my new red life, and I say new in the scheme of things, right? 15 years ago, it's not really that recent, but you know, compared to 25 years ago, sure. All you want is to get PL'd, so you don't have to go through that. Yeah. I mean, maybe you'll find what you're looking for. Add Luckland, but just to red. That'd be awesome. We need something to entice people. Can do TP. You think I should stop being heartless? Roll a cleric on Quorum right now. Get to leveling so I can res this. Res this man. So my only issue with Quorum right now is it's a lot of legwork to get going, right? You need a different client. Like I can't just edit my titanium files, right? Like I would need a whole new install. I looked into this once because I found out that they have the PvP instances, and I was like, "Oh, that sounds awesome." And then I was about to install, and I was like, "Oh, this is a lot of work. I don't have the, you know, I don't have the energy for this right now." So I put it on the back burner, and then I found out in these PvP instances, everybody's just holding hands and singing "Kumbaya" anyway. It's like that can't be true. Anyway, um, I'm sure that could be hit or miss, right? I've heard there are some PKs, and I could be the change I want to see. But Pandu TP, it's good to see you. Hey, we got a question of the day coming in 1 hour. It'll be a good one for you. It'll be a great one for you. But that being said, I'm glad you're here now. In this, the number 35, and to celebrate 35, I'm gonna ding 35. Okay, we can all enjoy that. I'm only 5 levels away. If I get past 35, well, that's gravy. That's gravy on the cake, right? I need a clicky. That's what I need. Let's look at these faction hits here, right? It's a lot of pluses. Ring of Scale. That's a good one, right? Like I should be very happy to be getting bonus faction right now on this grind. Because it's the holiday weekend. We get bonus loot, bonus faction, bonus XP. As if we need it. We already have, you know, the world is our oyster. We're flowers of happiness. We get all the loot we want. We get all the XP we want. But faction, now faction is hard fought. Uh, use all the help we could get on this faction. This is so Gornair won't eat us. Oh, cool. I'll take it. Nothing to do with my epic though, huh? What faction do I need for that? I should probably do it during this bonus. Zilkaril, good to see you. Glad you're here. We're just getting started. If you couldn't guess, pretty ding twice. Feeling good. In fact, you might even say I'm feeling great. We got another buff. We'll hit Yonder Wiley with like 1 buff every time he comes by. You wish you could level with us. We have a long work day. I'm sorry to hear that, Zilkril. Hey, anytime you do want to level with peeps, when you do have time, say something in the Discord. You know, we'll try to get something together with you. If not me, at least somebody, hopefully. Next, I'll give him this one. Don't know what it does. Ooh, a yellow con. Ooh, I burst with reckless strength. Hell yeah. I feel like I hit him with that one. And with the Spear of the Monkey. Anyway, not to sound like a broken record, but I would really love Lucklin on this server. And it could happen, right? There's nothing legally stopping it, right? We've seen the agreement now, and the agreement encourages it even. The agreement says they can go up to friggin' depths of Dark Hollow, I believe. Is whatever the last one on Titanium Edition is. Like, so many expansions could be allowed, right? It is what it is. We can just thank Rogan for keeping it up. Blast it. All right. Actually, you know what? Why am I sitting when I could just Annie? I gotta get used to that. How dare this thing blast me with static limbs? $40 in? What's the hell level? Crushing this hell level. 35 is like not an issue. We're doing it. Definitely happening. Calling it now. Blast it. Whoa! Look at this double loop. I gotta make something to hold to wear all this small bronze. Captain Lung Whistle, grats on 31. That was like the quickest hell level I've ever seen. You just ding 30. I'm gonna be doing the same thing. I'm halfway through 30 already. Oh, you could wear this bronze. For some reason I thought you were a druid, even though you rezzed me. Dirt. I was gonna put it on a friggin' like wood elf warrior or something, or can gnomes be warriors? Like a gnome warrior, just to be silly. There we go. Maybe some of this is wearable for you. A white gold neck too. I'm friggin' double worked, double worked dragon bone over here. He'll die. Let's watch it. Speaking of, actually, this isn't really speaking of anything, but being on this ramp reminds me of something. A long time ago, I teased that I was going to be uploading a video. And you know what? I still will. Coming soon. It was the Battle of Mistmore. It was Flowers of Happiness versus what was their name? Funeral Buddies? Funeral Baddies? I don't remember what was their actual name and which one was. Funeral Baddies was probably something I made up to taunt them. Funeral Buddies was probably their actual name. Anyway, there was some freaking short-lived guild that showed up here. Uh, we wiped them out fully, and I think that was it. I don't think they ever played again. My bad. So I thought it was fun. I couldn't wait for more battles. But anyway, we have a video of that, and it happened right here. Right, this was the scene of the battle. Basically, this ramp up top by the castle, down here, this like all over the place in Mistmore. It was awesome. It was so fun. I was playing Timdim, right? It was when Timdim was level 30 or whatever. So if you've been watching a while, you know that was a while ago. Oh, you made it. Ooh, red one. Nice little chunk. Wow, seen some names I haven't seen in a long time online right now. Interesting. Very interesting. Doubt I can land this spell. Oh, actually landed it. Actually landed it. How about that? Didn't I just say I was 50% in? Yonder Wiley, big thank you for all this. You're carrying us. You know, you're getting your back workout right now as we, you know, we all climb aboard. There we go. Well, Sal for it. It's the least I could do. And yes, I call it Sal, right? Spirit of Wolf rhymes with World of Warcraft. I won't hear otherwise. I don't care what words are spelled the same with the same letters and how they're pronounced. That's irrelevant. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about Spirit of Wolf. We got an acronym, and it rhymes with WoW. Sal. Anyway, that's the hill. That's, you know, I'm up on that hill, perched. You're not gonna get me down. Shit, Grats on 35 there, Loogie. This is blazing. Ouch. Where did this freaking thing come from? Did the other one die? Oh, yes, okay. Well, like, discombobulated. Deadly Usher, you ain't shit. Alright. Oof. I just gotta try to, lose my train of thought. Gotta stay focused here. 20% more, and this hell level is done. And then next thing I know, I'm gonna be hitting 35. Because these, when a hell level goes this fast, you know the next level after the hell level is gonna be like blink and you miss it. Can't wait. Gotta stay positive, stay focused, stay alive, stay soaking up this absolutely sweet XP. Someone's named Pantheon. That's what's up. Yeah, Scroto says he was whining about not getting loot, so I gave him a full bag of loot. I'm just sitting on stuff, you know. It's keeping it warm. Yeah, Scroto's dinged 31 and 32. Well, I'm still 30, so like I said, that one after the hell level, just you blink and you miss it. Can't wait till that's me. I'm next. I'm the next ding. Hmm. Back up, Terry. We're doing great. Most good. Should probably hit myself with a regen too. Why not? Every little bit helps. Wow. One more kill. Let's go. And then I gotta refill my coffee again. The Mr. Burns mug is excellent. A little small. You know, it's what I would consider a small mug. It was probably a standard mug. I just like my mugs a little. You know? Keeps me refilling them less. Let's see here. An upgrade. Oh! It's always nice when we actually have a bard to loot the bard loot. I really thought next kill was dinging me. But I was wrong. Ooh, power of wind. My magician needs that. Is that tradable? I feel like it's not. Don't drop. Ding 31 without oh, I was gonna say without fighting anything else. It's time to dance. Like this a little bit. A little bit of fighting it. All right. Do a dance. Do a cheer. Wave. Hey everybody. Hey USU. Thanks for being here. I just got through the hell level. That is level 30. You know, normally a pretty tough one, but thanks to the power of teamwork and friendship, that was such an easy one. I'm glad you're here for it. We're just getting started over here. We got like several hours to go. If you don't believe me, we'll just stay tuned and see. Shout out to you, the viewer. And yeah, without further ado, more levels. Many more. Many more levels to come. Let's see. Coffee time. Coffee time. Be right back. Already 10% in. Like I said, you blink and you miss this one. Lugi's already 28% into 35. So basically, the XP is flowing. Like you take the XP faucet, you crank it all the way up. You say no more XP can come out of this faucet. We're cranking. But now that I think about it, it actually could. We could get more XP. All we would have to do is add a couple players to the group, to be honest. Because on P99 Red, the group XP bonus in place to, you know, encourage grouping really rewards that. We have 3 players in group, which is nice. We got a good little bonus there, but it could be higher. As much as I say this is like max XP, could be higher. So if anybody wants to come on down, get in on this, you're helping us. Help me help you. Help me get some XP. Hey, cheers. Mr. Burns mug. This is the last of the coffee pot. After this, I'll have to drink some water. I'm not brewing another pot of coffee. One big pot of coffee is plenty. Any more than that, you know what happens. Bouncing off the walls. Even chattier than normal, etc., etc. It's a little much. But this right here, I think this mug will do me just right. Get me right there where I want to be. Love coffee. Hey, grats on 32, Scroto. I'm about to be, or 33. I'm about to be 32. 30% more. Hell level's over. The sweet level begins. You just don't want to die in one of these. The level after the hell level, you lose XP based on the level before, right? So you lose hell level chunk of XP. That's why when you die during a hell level, it doesn't seem so bad, right? Well, I mean it does because it's a hell level and every little bit is hell normally. But at 31, you lose like a sizable chunk. 32, not so much. It's interesting. You'll notice this if you know, do that thing I don't want to do. No hell level or 100% power level. Yeah, I mean, right? It's all sweet levels. Like I'll struggle quest. I have egg hunt. You know, maybe it's about time for another egg hunt stream coming up. That was fun. Done two big egg hunt streams. Of course, the first one was Easter. What's egg hunt? Who's egg hunt? Well, of course, that's my hardcore dwarf warrior, self-found struggle quest. I call it struggle quest, right? Because it's what feels authentic to me, right? I'll group with people, but only if they're other strugglers. You know, I don't think I would group with Loogie. Loogie's a little too freaking elite right now. Even Scroto, like what's that? A smoldering brand? Oof, that doesn't look struggle enough to egg hunt. You know what I mean? But it's self-imposed. There's no hard-coded hardcore mode, right? So if I, you know, eventually do die on him, it's up to me to delete him. But I will, you know? I will. He's level what, 17 so far though. It's pretty rugged. Playing no my rules for the struggle quest warrior, right? No role play or a non, right? I'm showing where he's at all times. No grouping with twinks, as far as I could tell. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. I'll give you a once over, but not really too much grouping with twinks, I would say. And if I see stuff for sale on a vendor, I might buy it, right? I consider that self-found. If I found the plat and then the vendor has it, like I bought a piece of ring mail on him. I feel like that's authentic. I feel like I'm, you know, that's a reward for my struggle. I exchanged some platinum for a piece of armor, you know? The vendor's happy, I'm happy. I think that's fine, you know? But I don't think I definitely wouldn't take any handouts. It's all self-imposed. It's whatever. My point is, I'm down to struggle quest, but this tune right here, this shaman, he's not. I'm doing he's got it easy right now. I'm kicking my feet up with the fungi tunic, I got, I'm just on cruise control with, the help we're getting right now. And that's, that's valid too. I'm enjoying it. Whoa. That gargoyle is like extra loud, extra crunchy. He wanted the gargoyle eyes. He didn't want to share them. I'm just kidding. Let's see here. Is there anything I want to buff myself with? Probably Spirit Sight. Yeah, that's a good one. Actually, looking around, I'm sure Apop Lexi, Yonder Wiley has some sort of see and viz, right? Maybe a fingerbone hoop or something. But none of the rest of these guys probably do, right? Bards usually lacking see and viz. Clerics usually lacking see and viz. I can cast see and viz. Let me just hook it up. Uh-oh. Gotta wait for him to hang that one. Oh, you have a see and viz neck, huh? Nice. I thought I misjudged you, Loogie. I know the song gives see and viz, but if you don't have the song going, it could be hard. Thing 32. We dance. We cheer, right? I told you this one, you blink and you miss it. I hope you didn't blink. Because here we are, we're cheering, we're saluting, and saying, hey, you, thanks for being here. Take a little bow. Hey, have you considered hitting that follow button if you haven't yet? Hey, it takes a second. It's worth it, I think. But that being said, please, please, please consider joining the Discord if you're a Discord user. If you're not a Discord user, hey, fine. So be it. But if you have Discord already and you're not in the swamp, well, what are you waiting for? Come on down, the water's fine. The place to be. People have been looking for reses, right? That's the new thing. It happens. If I had an epic, I would definitely offer up a handful of clicks whenever. I don't have an epic yet. So any more than 2 corpses, I might not be the right cleric for the job, but that's okay. Somebody came through eventually. Honestly, getting pretty close to an epic for cleric, right? I have to double check the bags. Might just come down to a little bit of legwork at this point. All right. Shit, already over 10%. Didn't I just dance? 20% in. I just got done dancing. I just got done cheering and pointing and doing all the emotes, that we do. We have a tradition around here. Every ding, you get the show. Elko Donnie, you think so? I mean, this is the number 35 stream, so I was like, we're gonna hit 35 to celebrate, right? I would love to sail past 35 and hit 40. Welcome to the chat, Elko Donnie. We got a question of the day coming up soon. 19 minutes, all right? I like to say we build hype, right? We got to build hype for this question of the day. It's in, 18 and a half minutes, but who's counting? Next hell level 39. I thought it was on the 5s and the 10s. But who knows? We'll see. When we're getting carried this hard, I don't think any of these hell levels are going to be any sort of real speed bump. I'll eat some werewolf meat. I think it's on the 5s and 10s, but I could be wrong. There's some debate whether or not 20 is a hell level. It doesn't seem to be too bad, but it might be. It might take a little more. The heck level, maybe. But I think we're going to fly through 32, fly through 33. We're going to hopefully fly through 34, and then start to feel a bit of a, you know, a bit of drag, right? Like some friction. The XP bar will, might need a little extra work. But yeah, like you said, I think we could get through to 42. That'd be awesome. If we can get through 40, sky's the limit. Have I bought spells for all that? Nope. We're rocking with level 24 spells still because we started the stream at 28. And we're just getting started, so pretty exciting times. We're here every Sunday doing the Swamptacular Splashfest 2025 all year long. I'm trying to bat 1,000 on that. So far, so good. Started this one a little bright and early. Normally I start at 6 a.m. on the dot. I try to be very consistent with that, but today I started at like, what time? I don't even know. Early. Sun wasn't even up yet. But I just couldn't wait. Couldn't stay away. Enjoy this game. Couldn't wait to enjoy it again for a full shift. Clock into the Pixel Factory. And, we got a holiday bonus in effect. Not only is the XP boosted, the loot is boosted. The faction hits are boosted. Both good and bad, right? You get negative hits boosted today too. But it is what it is. All weekend long. And we're taking advantage of that, I would say. Mostly the XP. But, we've had some double loot here too. Lugi got a little loot upgrade, right? The little, or mandolin, or whatever little instrument these musicians were using. That was an upgrade for Lugi over there. So, hey, shout out to that. We see Scroto modeling the finest in small bronze, which we've been finding plenty of. These guys are providing right now. Now, I already came prepared with a good deal of loot, you could say, right? Like, maybe there's some room to grow. But for the most part, I'm looking pretty snazzy. There's some room to grow. The face slot could grow. I'm not expecting too much in loot here, but if we move somewhere else, hey, who knows? But that being said, I like to think today's question of the day is thought-provoking. Maybe you will agree. And I hope Pandu TP is here to answer the question of the day from 8 a.m. Eastern. Because, I always want to hear Pandu TP's thoughts. I want to hear everybody's thoughts, honestly. But, let's see. Ding 34 for Scroto. Rats. Scroto Scraggins. Do you have a last name? You do. Scroto Hairy Bags. Nice. Excellent. Lugi, no last name given. Saibao, no last name given. Apoplexy, no last name given. But we all got the most important thing, right? We match. We're a team. Flowers of Happiness, the best team. Hey Goblin, how you doing? A spa fest. You want to have a spa fest sometime? That'd be funny. Sunday Swamptacular Spa Fest. Hey, it's good to see you, Goblin. Just getting started over here. Today, it's the number 35 one, and to celebrate 35 Sunday Swamptacular Splash Fests in the year 2025, I'm trying to ding. I have that as the title? Spash Fest. Wow, I forgot the L. Hey, let me hit that button for you. Hold on a sec. I got something for that. Where is it? Where is it?
Thank you for notifying me of that.
I'm gonna fix that. I'm gonna fix that right now, Goblin, because this is why people doubt that I know how to read or write because of stuff like this, you know? Let me fix that. Let me put that rumor to bed. I am in fact literate. Semi. Sunday Swamptacular Splash Fest with an L. Spash Fest. What is a Spash Fest? Anyway, that's the Spash Fest is over. The Splash Fest begins. You've been lurking for 2 hours chilling. Hey, I appreciate that. I definitely do. Speaking of lurking and chilling, I'll be right back really quick, okay? Give me like 60 seconds. We're just getting started over here. Question of the day coming very, very soon. I think it's a thought-provoking one, but let me know. I've I'm not always right. Remember the time I told you that the P99 agreement definitely said that they couldn't make any new servers? I was wrong. All right, we saw the agreement. We saw how wrong I was, and I'll admit it. I'll admit when I'm wrong. But I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I don't think I'm wrong this time. I think this is a thought provoker. What I miss? What I miss? Soccer legs. What's going on? Hey, we got like 9.5 minutes till the question of the day, but who's counting? Uh, Soon enough, I'll be saying stuff like, "I gotta know." What did I miss though? Loogie Ding 36. That's very good. Out of the hell level. We gotta cheer and clap for Loogie. Congrats on 36. I got hit with a siphon strength while I was AFK. Must have been one of these freaking vampires or other creeping crawlers around here. Ooh, a werewolf pelt. I'll take it. Isn't that like 3 plat? I mean, I guess the fine steel stuff I'm passing up on is even better. Soccer legs, it's good to see you. Everybody that's here this morning, I'm very appreciative of all of you. I know Goblin's always lurking quiet in the morning. Or the morning for me, right? I'm appreciative of that. The real Goblin. It's kind of a splash fest like no other. I can't think of the last time we got to such a rip roaring start on a good guildy grind where we're really you know, we're flying. I was expecting to see like halfway through 32. I'm about to hit 33. Like spending more time dancing and cheering than actually like helping in the fight, but um I'm cool with that. As long as the rest of the group doesn't, they'll let me know. Uh they don't like it. They've never said anything. And we've been doing this for 35 Sundays in a row now this year alone. You combine that with last year, I feel like we're on like at least a 50 Sunday streak. Am I is that wrong? Am I wrong to say that? I don't know. I haven't counted, 2024 we weren't counting. It was a different naming convention for the stream, right? It was a Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest. Sometimes it was a Sunday Splashtacular Swamp Fest because I would forget what it was called. Now, it's like branded, like we know this Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest 2025 all year long. Fact. Ding. Time to dance. Hold on, before I make that go away, I had to see what level I am. 33 for real. Hard to get attached to these levels. They fly by so fast. There's the cheer. Hardest part about this game, typing the commands without seeing the commands. All right. Slash dance. Slash wave. This is the real typing test. Take a little bow. I'm gonna take a knee. I haven't taken a knee in a while. Remember Daisy's monk, right? He got renamed Pal. 3-letter name, amazing. But he used to take the knee all the time because his original name was Tim Tebow, right? Very topical NFL reference, right? And he would take it. He used to enrage people by taking a knee after killing them and posting a screenshot taking the knee. Oh man, it was so good. It was so good. Uh, you know, one of the greatest to ever do it. Daisy was. But anyway, all you right here, you're here to witness the Sunday Swamptacular Splash Fest 2025, number 35. Whether you knew it when you logged in or not, that's what you're here for now. And it's happening. We're doing it. We're doing it live. I'm still dancing. I'm still cheering. I bet I'm gonna be like at least 10% into the level by the time I'm done dancing. All right, flowers in the chat for Daisy. I'm gonna drop a flower in the chat for Daisy too. If you got a flower, drop it in the chat for Daisy. Anyway, hey you, yes you. Thanks for being here. Taking a knee one more time. Have you considered, please checking out the YouTube channel? I archive all of the streams there. Right? Occasionally we got some exclusive content there too. Occasionally, right? You want the most exclusive content? Probably go to TikTok or social media of choice and look up. Oh shit, I don't have the socials here. There they are. At Chewy What a Wookie. Right? Look this up. Look this up on your social media of choice. You'll find me, and I will bless your feed with EverQuest content. Yes, EverQuest content in the year 2025. I'm doing it. I need all the help I can get. Please consider checking me out over there. Right? I beg, I plead. Anyways, we're just getting started. If you hating on flowers, suck it. Let's go. Let's go. How far in am I? Let's see. A full bubble. A full bubble in. I got 20% experience just for dancing. That was me. That was all me. Brad bless. Praise Kazakh. Actually, praise Interruck this time. I strategically chose Interruck. I'm a power gamer now. This is a sweat move. Chewy, the old Chewy, would have picked Kazakh Thule because, praise Kazakh. But 2025 power gamer Chewy. I got a fungi tunic on. I'm casting spells like cannibalize, and I'm choosing Interruck for strategic reasons and not flavor reasons and backstory reasons. You know what's become of me? But it's all right. It's just Cybao. All right. I won't hear anything about it. Anyway, I'm so glad you're all here right now on this. We're only a couple minutes away from the question of the day. And you know what? Just like today's stream, I can't wait any longer. I'm just going to jump the gun. So when 8 o'clock rolls around, you can mark that time as the time I would normally introduce the question of the day. But today we're doing it at like 7:58, right? We're almost there. It's happening. Okay? So I just can't wait any longer. I gotta know. It's almost like a survey. I'm like a survey taker, right? I'm just asking you, and I hope to hear your answer. So, anyway, question of the day. Today's question of the day is, what makes a good EverQuest player to you? You know, what is the required skills? What do you look for in the gameplay? What I mean? What separates good EverQuest player from still learning? Where do you draw the line? I gotta know. Let's talk about it. I feel like there's a lot of different potential, ways to take this. So think about that. And then also, hey, it's not the question of the day, but I gotta know. Do you like this question today? Do you think this was a thought-provoking question today? Because I want to know. I want to know what kind of questions you like, and I also want to know, for real, what makes a good EverQuest player? Knowing when to gate, right? You got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them. Blah blah blah. Something about hitting that gate button, right? Yonder Wiley. It's one of the basics. Absolutely. I don't even have it memmed. Shows what I'm ready for. Hey, Grass on 35. When people roll Pallies pre Kunark, you know they are bad. Well, I didn't ask what makes a bad EverQuest player. That's an interesting theory there, Goblin. So you're saying, I won't. Goblin, I have two words for you. Uh, and you could even put a question mark at the end, right? Barrel roll? Right? You just all you do is rolling pallies. Hell yeah, Goblin. That barrel roll. That's all there is. You know what I mean? Like that's my answer to that. Anybody who says dwarf anything is bad. Hey, barrel roll. It's not even really a barrel roll, right? It's more of like a tumble. But miss every swing. Ah, that's hybrids in general, dude. Especially when you're up against a warrior. That's when you really feel it. That skill cap lack. But it's alright. We're still shouting at it, still clobber. Gotta do it right. SK hit HT. Don't tell them all the secret. That's the secret combo. Alright. Sal, I got you. You just gotta remember, anybody who gets a Sal from me, you can't call it Sue or So. You know what I mean? Like you're receiving a Sal, all right? If you're not cool with that, click it off. All right, Sal is coming around. It rhymes with wow because, I have my reasons. It makes sense to me. let's see here. A little over halfway. I am encumbered. If that means probably I should buff my strength. But just delete coin. It's easier. Buffs, ew. I'm sure my group loves grouping with the shaman that don't buff. But anyway, what makes a good EQ player to you? I gotta know. I'm gonna edit the question, edit the description. Put that. I'll tell you my answer, you know, in a couple minutes. I do have an answer. What makes a good EQ player to you? I gotta know. All right, I edited that. Captain Lungwhistle says, I'm not qualified to answer. Sure, Captain Lungwhistle, you absolutely are. You're an EQ enjoyer. Your opinion is valid. Just a knowledge check, says Fardotron. How much does someone know about the game? Well, here's the thing. Do you even need to know anything if you have the wiki and, you know, open and ready to go? All the knowledge is at the tips of our fingers. I guess you got to know what to look for. Some of the basics, if you know what I mean. Like, I feel like the wiki has it all. You can read a well-written walkthrough for anything on there. Big difference between having to look something up and knowing it. Sure, sure. There's at least some difference. I don't know if it's a big difference. I think, you know what I mean? I think somebody could be in that qualification. Somebody could become a good EQ player very easily. Every situation, right? You look it up, now you know it. Bickety bam, you're good. And I don't think you're wrong, but let me tell you what my thought is here. What makes a good EQ player? That's determination, right? Fippy Darkpaw taught us the real lesson. He teaches us it in the noob yard, right? He drills it in. You just keep trying. You just got to keep trying. Maybe Fippy Darkpaw isn't the best role model because he doesn't succeed very often, but you gotta respect his hustle. You gotta respect his grind, and with the determination of Fippy Darkpaw, all things are possible in this game. I think that's what you know what I mean, because stuff's gonna go awry. Like even if you got the skills to pay the bills, even if you got the knowledge to you know, cash the check, things can go wrong. And I don't think that makes you a bad EQ player. But if you just give up, uh, that's it. But if you got the determination to try again, you will succeed. That's my thought. That's what makes a good EQ player. That's who gets the loot. The person who wants it, who's determined enough to get it, to spend the time needed. Because let's face it, a lot of this game is time too, right? You need the time to med, the downtime. You need the time that is going to pop. You know, there's a lot of stuff. Can't having an exit strategy if you can't gate. Sure, yeah. Farotron says knowing how to research is a skill in and of itself. Absolutely, sure. So that would be a required skill. I agree with you there. Almost 80% in already. Anyway, I wanted to just drive a little discussion today with the question of the day. I think it's like an open-ended one. I want to hear different opinions. Everyone who's answered so far are, you know, PvP players. And no, none of us have really mentioned anything that's PvP specific. Because we are, when it comes down to it, EQ enjoyers just like the rest of you. You know, we still have to play this same game uh, as a means to the eventual PvP end, I guess, right? Like it's EverQuest plus PvP. We still grind. I don't know. It is what it is. But I feel like determination will help you even more on the PvP server because there will be hardships, trials, and tribulations beyond what you know is programmed into the game NPC wise. Just tell people those are GEBs. Hell yeah. Wait, does that say GERs? You know, like, like there's some knockoffs. Silkroll, you say remembering EQ is a game, not Second Life. One thing that bites you in the butt is when you get too sucked in, start taking it too seriously, it leads to frustration and agitation. Sure, absolutely. You gotta, you know, immersion is a fine line. It's okay to get immersed. You're in our world now, etc., etc. Oh, there's a line that must be drawn. Absolutely, absolutely. Loogie Ding 37 already. Inspirational. I'll be right there soon. Hopefully. Miss More Granite. Which epic was that? I feel like that's like the warrior epic, maybe. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not an epic. A non-visible piece of bronze, like garbage. Sorry. No offense. No offense to the bronze collar enjoyers out there, but come on. Like the armor class is decent. I would wear it if I needed to. But you know, the whole point of bronze is that sweet look, that sweet orange look. I love that look. You know, you can't see the collar, so it's useless to me. Not that I could fit friggin' small stuff anyway. The whole band is here, yeah. Friggin' musical trio. Ding. 34. Let's do it. Just did it, but let's do it again. Let's dance, let's cheer. Level 34. What's going on, everybody? Just gonna start it over here. I'm glad you're here. Hey, soccer legs. I got a question of the day. Everybody, anybody who hasn't answered yet, or anybody who has answered, you got another answer. Because I feel like there's a list. There's a whole list required. What makes a good EQ player? You know, what does it take? To me, I already said determination, but I feel like it's gonna be really hard. You're setting yourself up to have a tougher time if you don't use a mouse to turn. You know what I mean? Like when I see keyboard turning, I get concerned, right? I start to want to worry for you. But hey, I've seen some pretty good keyboard turners too. So, you know, I don't want to say you need to mouse turn to be a good EQ player, but I'm going to say it helps, okay? That's just my opinion. Um any keyboard turners out there that want to defend yourself? You want to defend keyboard turning to me? I like mouse turning. I'm on team mouse turn and I feel like uh, you know, it's almost required. But you know what I mean? They don't really set you up for success in this game, right? When you need to be taught a lot of stuff. I was taught by Tree Rat, right? Tree Rat showed me how to play this game. Luckily, because if I was left to my own devices slash the little remember the tutorial zone that they used to have, that like single player executable that was like kind of like EverQuest, like an EverQuest demo slash teach you how to play stuff, they don't really set you up for success. You know, you really need somebody to teach you that knows what's going on. So anyway, if you're left to your own devices and you got really good at keyboard turning, more power to you. But if you keyboard turn, you could play with just one hand. I mean, I guess. I guess. I couldn't. I couldn't imagine. Was the tutorial thing part of how EQ Emu was cracked? I'm not sure about that. Pretty informative. Um, it did teach some stuff, right? Teach you how to swim. Teach you how to turn in loot, right? You kill something. You kill like a skelly and loot like a ruby and sell it for like 10,000 gold, right? And then and then use some gold to like buy something. I think, right? Remember that? Really realistic. Sets you up for what you're in for, right? That's just what it's like. You level 1, yeah, go punch a skeleton in one hit and get 10,000 gold. Not 1,000 plat, but 10,000. It was really weird. Situational awareness. Good point, Zilkril. I feel like I'm hit or miss with that. If I'm plugged in, like, you know what I mean, like really locked in, I like to think my awareness is up there, right? Keep my head on a swivel. I'm always checking /who, but you will frequently catch me lacking a little bit, right? Getting comfy, you know, feeling loose, chatting with you guys, hanging with my friends, you know. I'm like, I might not be aware of shit until I start getting hit, and even then, you know. So I'll admit, I'm hit or miss with that. You'll catch me at my worst and my best. But I think you're right. I think that's an important skill. I tried to make a single player EverQuest for when the internet was down. And by make a single player EverQuest, I mean I screenshotted a lot of EverQuest assets and then tried to use my Visual Basic self-taught coding to create some sort of like point and click EverQuest alternative. I was just that immersed. I just didn't, you know what I mean? Like I said, if I couldn't get online, it was something that I could imagine. I actually had some really great screenshots. I wonder if I could ever find that. That'd be some interesting lost media. I had screenshots of the weird plague. Remember the plague that was going on in the Karanas? It was like some GM event. I that was what the screenshots I took were. It was like a point and click, like through the Karanas during the plague stuff. Like there's not much you could really do. I was trying to get it where you could like equip loot, you know what I mean? Which I did have, but it wasn't very functional. But you could like pick up a piece out of your inventory and drag it over to where it should go, or to your, you know, character portrait, and drop it to equip it, you know what I mean? But didn't do anything. Arc Sith, hell yeah, I'm on red. That's all I play. P99 red. Well, so you know, if they come out with anything better, maybe I'll go check it out. But right now, it's the best we got. Us PvP enjoyers, we're out here. There's dozens of us. How you doing? Hey, Arc Sith, we got a question of the day today. Every Sunday, in fact. But today's question of the day that I gotta know: what makes a good EQ player to you? You know, taking a survey. I just gotta know, you know? Just wondering. I think it's a good thing to drive discussion. I I was like today, or no, yesterday years old when I learned a fine steel dagger vendors well. For some reason, I had it in my head that fine steel dagger was worth like 4 silver. You know, even though the other fine steel stuff is valuable. For some reason, I thought the fine steel dagger sucked. I think it's because of that other dagger, right? Just plain dagger. I think that one's really low. For some reason, I like in my head thought all daggers are really low. You say patience helps. Yeah, yeah. That's similar to my answer was determination. Yeah, patience and determination are both very, very, very. That's the secret to success, really. Nothing happens quick in this game. But then again, I say as I'm getting power leveled through the 30s, making quick work of these levels, using hotkeys and macros instead of clicking. Sure, sure. I'll click sometimes. Sometimes it's handy. Like I said, I'll get comfy. I'll get cozy, hanging with my friends. I might make some suboptimal plays. Absolutely. I should know better. I should. Absolutely. Archstep, I think you're very right. It's been a crazy stream so far. We started at 28. I was level 28. I don't know what level the rest of you guys all were. A little higher than me, right? Loogie was like 30 maybe. Maybe higher than that even. Scroto was like one level higher. Wow, look at us now. Big shout out to Yonder Wiley carrying us on his lizard's shoulders. Hey, thank you for that follow. You're going to notice every Sunday, we get a notification bright and early. I'm going live. Same time, Thursdays, but it's only for 2 hours. And then Tuesday is the newest day of the week. That's the variety show. If you see me streaming a game that's not EverQuest, it must be Tuesday, right? So don't panic. I didn't quit EverQuest. We got a good thing going. I love this game. I'm not quitting EQ. Play every Thursday morning, purely EverQuest. Every Sunday, SWAMPTACULAR SPLASHFEST 2025, purely EverQuest, all morning. Well, you're in the right place as an EverQuest enjoyer. But hey, if you want to see other games too, definitely check out the Tuesday afternoon Tuesday stream where I choose to play something else. So usually lately been experimenting, right? Trying new stuff off Steam. Whatever's on sale that looks interesting to me, I've been messing around with. But I got a whole list of games that I've been enjoying so much that I played them on stream and then kept playing them after. So last Tuesday or Tuesday, I think it was Wednesday actually. It was Tuesday. We went real hard, played like 4 or 5 different games in a row, like rapid fire variety show. I had a lot of fun doing that. I might do that again. So anyway, glad you're here. Just in time. We're just getting started. Everything's fine. Nothing's fucked here. Um, it's funny. I stopped paying attention for a second there. Obviously, I didn't know what happened. I'm asking the group, like, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Arksith knew where it went, into the castle. I saw that, but I started peeking around a little bit, right? Went in the door and it's like, I don't know my way around in there. I don't have that knowledge, right? You could even say I'm a bad EQ player once I step foot into that uncharted territory. Woo! Back right out again. Probably came back in too fast. Again. That's fine. See what we see. Three of them? That's fine. I'm too serious here. I fizzle a lot trying to do this. So much PvP on red? Oh, sure. You would think we'd get some right now because we're showing where we're at, but um, it could be assumed that perhaps our opponents don't want the smoke. That's why we haven't seen any today. But we're just getting started over here. The day is young. We still got some. It happens every day, all the time. It's a constant struggle in some zones, but other zones, you know, known territories like Guck, right? Everybody knows Guck is the promised land to flowers, so they steer clear for the most. And if they don't, they're gonna get their hall pass checked, right? All right. Are there many large guilds? Yep, there's a few. There's a few different, like, kind of. We're very tribal. Uh, I don't know what your definition of a large guild is, but there are guilds. There's even raids. Stuff happens. Very interesting place. If you ever want to try it out, we're happy to help. We'll get you some gear, get you some levels. It's different. I got a taste of it on the beta, and then I played it when it went live. This server, a long time, ancient history now, and I had a lot of fun. It was a very, very populated server back then. Nowadays, it's a lot more sparse, right? It's very, to put it nicely, it's sparsely populated, and that's it has its fun too. You gotta make your own fun sometimes, but still fun. Let's see here. We But all right, I already edited the stream title. So yeah, if you haven't answered the question of the day yet, I gotta know. Pandu TP. I tried to do a nice thought-provoking one for you because I'm gonna call you the harshest question critic. Uh, but that's good. I need some critics. I appreciate you. I appreciate everybody. People who know the map seem to be the most confident. Yeah, yeah. So I um came back to EQ, like Planes of Power or whatever, and maps in game, right? You play backspace. I think was the default bind key, or maybe that's just what I bound it to. But you know, I mean, you pull up an in-game map. Um, that's quality of life that a lot of people need. P99 said no, no in-game maps, removed it. Um, so I learned to go without, right? Even though I had been heavily reliant on in-game maps for most of my EverQuest career. As soon, you know what I mean, when I first played and there was no in-game map, I was usually lost and I didn't go many places, you know, but I had fun. And then, you know, in-game maps, plane of knowledge, whatever, whatever, I'm all over the place. But I didn't really absorb my surroundings. I didn't know where I was going. I was reading the map. In fact, I'd usually be looking at the map and not my surroundings. There's a PvE server, so that's fine. Whatever. But now, you know, no in-game map, learning the lay of the land, like getting immersed in the geography. Oh, I love it. The way it should be. And that's why, you know what I mean, it makes me sad to know that there's people who play P99 and use third-party tools to, you know, log whatever, the locations or whatever, and draw up maps. You know, that makes me sad. Because they're, you know, they're not getting the intended experience here, but whatever. They, for some reason, the devs went ahead and specifically said that's fine. They can do that. Okay, seems a little weird, but okay. Seems, you know what I mean? Like, why not classify that with other third-party like hacks? But whatever. I'm not a dev. It's not up to me. They said it's fine. It must be a deal breaker for too many people. They need the maps. M and backspace are the default. Yeah, it sounds about right to me. But my point is, I don't have it, and I can't see it. So, it is what it is. I had to learn the way around, and I like that. But that being said, if it's a zone I don't know, like once I go inside the castle here, like I know generally the layout at first. I'm more better at the roof than inside, to be honest. You know what I mean? Like I'm not super confident in there. I'd probably want to look at a map first, right? An EQ Atlas map. I gotta like print them out and put them in a binder, right? The way we used to do it. That would be very immersive. But that would help me. It's not Guck, you know what I mean? Guck I know like the back of my hand, and that gives me, I feel, an edge, the home field advantage, if you will. Um, Whereas some zones I don't know at all, and I'm at a severe disadvantage. So, um, blah blah blah. Here I go yapping again. You've died so many times trying to zone out of places you didn't know. Captain Long Whistle. Yeah, that's authentic. That's authentic EQ struggle. And you know, I don't think it makes people who use maps any. You know, it doesn't invalidate their enjoyment. Okay, it's just not. It's not for me. I did that, and I regret it because I didn't learn all the zones. I leaned on the maps, and I missed out on a lot of stuff because of it. Huh? And that's something. Oh, wait, I'm sure you got a better buff than that. Yeah, it's gonna resist all my shit for fact. just watch that one go by. I'm just gonna take it easy. I cast a couple Malace attempts, right? I knew it wouldn't land. I don't want to overdo it, right? Monks don't have taunt, I don't think, right? I don't know. I don't play a monk. Some game knowledge I don't have. Lots of game knowledge I don't have. Turns out, you know? Yeah, Scroto don't want the aggro. Agreed. Mighty heals incoming. Oh yeah. Huge. Absolutely massive. You're shit out of luck in Akanon, Grob, Kasora, and Charthus, KH fan. Hey, Grob is one you can definitely handle. Take a minute and learn Grob because I think you'll appreciate it. Honestly, it's my favorite city. The layout of it is very like a horseshoe kind of. You zone in near the Warrior Guild. There's a Shadow Knight Guild, like kind of like off, and then there's the Shaman Guild, kind of the other end of the horseshoe near the bank. It's you know what I mean, like it's not too big. It feels like a nice little village. And it's got a good flavor to it. Maybe the flavor is a little gross because it's trolls, you know, and our idea of decorating is strewing a little bit of dwarf meat around, you know. But hey, that's you know, if you don't appreciate troll art, I get it. For me, this for me. Hell yeah, thank you. I gotta read my epic, huh? I've never even played a shaman, so forgive me if I don't know the epic quest off the back of my hand, alright? But no, I did know Black Dire is part of the epic. Is there a meta class on Red? Arcsith, great question. I would say the meta heavily favors bow users, specifically large race bow users. Um, which, you know, if you know anything about the options there, you got Shadow Knights and you got warriors, right? Ogre warriors and troll warriors having higher skill cap in archery than the Shadow Knights. So basically, the best bow user is a ogre or a troll warrior because they equip the weighted axe and there's like I'm gonna call it a bug, but it's a feature apparently. So let's call it a feature. There's a feature where the primary weapon delay bonus affects ranged damage. So yeah. That's heavily the meta. You will see a lot of bow quest warriors running around. But that being said, I play a Shadow Knight. That's my main. But every class has its pros and cons, its strengths, its weaknesses. I really don't like fighting small stuff indoors, you know, because it can be tough playing a big fat tall thing in a hallway, getting freaking you know dabbed on by a gnome or something. That could be annoying. But outdoors, you know, provided there's not too many like low hanging tree branches for the gnome to abuse. You know, I feel a little better about my odds. Anyway, it's fun. But I would say that's heavily the meta right now. Unfortunate, as it is, because it's very predictable. You know, friggin' fat warrior launching arrows from the moon, for like hundreds of damage each, like a machine gun. It feels great. Feels great. But, you know, you can only do that so many places. Not every zone is built for bow quest. Invited. There you go. There you go. Holy shit, almost 35 already. So I like troll more than ogre, but it's not really it's not the power gamer in me talking. I just like the look of the troll. I like the flavor and the story and all that stuff. The lore. Ogres I don't like as much. And in the early days of the server, you know, I would like to push him out of the swamp whenever possible. But you know, I made some friends with some ogres, so they're not all bad. We're all EQ enjoyers. That's something I've learned over the years. The new nice Chewy knows this, whereas you know, the old Chewy wasn't quite as nice back in the early days of Red. Anyways, how you guys doing? Just getting started over here. We're almost 3 hours deep into this nice little grind. In those 3 hours, how many levels? 28 to 29, 29 to 30, to 31, to 32, to 33, to 34. 6 levels so far. Pretty good. A good start. Let's keep it going. If you're enjoying this, you'll probably enjoy next Sunday's stream too. Just saying. So, KH fan, great question. Trolls do not get frontal stun immunity. We have improved regen. That's our innate. As far as hitboxes go, I would say we probably have a similar hitbox, trolls and ogres, but that's worth testing. To my knowledge, any hitbox tests in player-to-player context have been probably kept secret, right? It's not something somebody tested for everybody. It's maybe something they tested for the Duke, or you know what I mean, etc., etc. Who knows? Who knows who they tested it for? Uh, if it's even ever really been tested, other than us just, you know, getting the feel for it as we play. But I would be interested to see the limits really drawn out, right? It could be easily tested, right? Two players standing, you know what I mean? One stands still and the other paints the edge. Take a screenshot, take another screenshot, superimpose all the screenshots. You know what I mean? It could be done. See exactly where do the hitboxes lie. Are they sharp corners? Are they more rounded? You know what I mean? Like, I have my own ideas of where the hitboxes lie. But, you know what I mean? It's all been guess and check. I've never seen an actual diagram. And it'd be interesting to compare everything, you know? What's a gnome hitbox? What's a halfling hitbox? What's a dwarf hitbox? What's an ogre hitbox? What's a dwarf versus an ogre? What's an ogre versus a dwarf? You know what I mean? Like, I want to know. I gotta see. We're having a hell of a time here. Sorry, Scroto. He just got back from AFK now. Oh boy. Sorry, man. There's nothing we could do. Thing 35. It's solemn. It's a solemn dance here. If I stand right here, if I position myself just right, nothing bad happened, right? We're celebrating only good times, right? I just have to position myself just right. Anyways, get a good view. A good view for the dance. Let me get a little light on. Hold on. It's so dark right now. Put this just for the dancing. There we go. You can see me a little better. I usually don't wear a light source. I don't like light sources. So, hey you, yes you. Thanks for being here. We're just getting started. Sunday SWAMPTACULAR SPLASHFEST 2025, number 35. And did I do it? Did I just ding 35? Is that the level? Holy shit! Level 35 already. And it's only 8:43. We're just getting started. So that being said, I don't have much time to dance. I have to help this fight. Um, oh yeah, Arc Sith. I'm friggin' decked out right now. This is not a struggle quest tune for me, as I like to say. I have a warrior. I have a dwarf warrior that doesn't take any sort of assistance. That doesn't feel authentic to me. You know what I mean? If I'm struggling alongside another struggler, that's authentic. But you know, I'm not grouping with twinks on him. But that's not I'm not on him. Oh, and he's hardcore, by the way. When I die, I'm gonna delete him and re-roll. But he's level 17, no deaths. But anyway, this shaman. Oh, I've had all the luxuries, all the handouts. You know, you just saw these guys pull the freaking dire, black dire for me. I didn't even know what was happening. I'm just along for the ride right now. You know, I'm down. You know, I will take a little handout right now because it's 2025. The server's been around for like a long time. You know, I've done authentic grinds. I've done twinked out grinds. You know, there's a lot less downtime with a fungi tunic, so I think that makes for a better stream today. You checked out the troll fandom. Trolls do not show a robe graphic when wearing an all robe. That's because the human designers are jealous of how stunning trolls appear when dressed in finery. Yeah, I agree. They knew we'd be too powerful if we could wear robes that were visible. Instead, it's just like a tint, tint our body. We stretch them that thin. Quarm had robe wearing froglocks, right? What about trolls? It was one of the custom changes that were deemed unacceptable, right? There was a little bit of a shakeup, right? The THJ lawsuit, to put it very mildly, was a shakeup. Shook up the EQ emulator world for a little bit there. Up to and including Quarm voluntarily going down for a little bit, right? Until an agreement was reached. And apparently that happened. Part of the agreement was custom changes. A whole list of custom changes got the axe. I'm wondering, did troll robes get implemented on Quarm? And were they part of the things axed? I don't play. I'm on red99, so I don't know. I try to keep up, but it's a big world out there. There's so many servers. I would love to see a troll in a robe. I feel like one of the loading screens back in the day had a troll in a robe, right? I can, for some reason, I could picture that, like a priest of discord robe or something, and like a leather-looking hat. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe I'm just picturing what I want to picture. Is this thing gonna take a dive? Oh my god. Oh my god. Rain? Resist. Freaking bastard. Yeah, I'm gonna run as soon as this thing's down. There we go. Or maybe I don't need to run. Fizzle, fizzle, fizzle. You barely play Quarm or not at all, but you do have it. On a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being very easy and 10 being difficult, very difficult, what would you rank installing Quarm and getting it ready to play? And if you know P99 too, what would you rank P99's difficulty at? This isn't the question of the day. This is a little bonus question. I'm just curious. I would say P99 has a fairly high learning curve, right, to get it installed. I would probably put it up there, probably a 7, right? Like I know how to do it. It's not hard for me because I know what to do. I've had to do it, but it's not the simplest. There's a lot of steps, and you gotta do them in the right order. The guide explains it pretty well. I know P99. I would agree. Would you say Quarm? The guide explains it well too. Because I don't want to say I was discouraged, but I didn't have the energy for it. When I saw how many steps were in the instructions for the Quarm installation, I was just like, "Ah, I'm good. You know, you only play P99 green and THJ. Yeah, yeah. Um, just to me on that day, it was too much for me. One of the drug boxes, or probably all the drug boxes lately, have been doing like an all-in-one installer thing. I'm not trying to snitch. I know that would not be approved by Daybreak at this point. Like we've seen what they approve of and what they don't approve of, and having that all-in-one installer, as fucking wonderful as it is, and as much as I touted it as the best yet, I can see why these other servers don't have it. Right? You can't give people the files. They have to have the files, right? Because the way Daybreak views it is those are people that have spent money on the game, right? They, you know, la 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 la. La. These people all bought titanium. Right. Anyway, nobody asked. I'm just yapping over here. Very encumbered. I don't have any weight reduct bags. I got all this spare change. I got all this fine steel junk. Yeah. All right. This hell level, I'm certainly feeling the friction, right? I was saying before, it's flowing nice and easy, but when we hit 35, I'm going to feel it. I call it's going to be drag, right? I'm going to feel some drag there. It's dragging, but almost 20% in. Let's be real. Like, 20% of a hell level used to be a solid grind. Today, it's a holiday bonus, and I'm like, oh, so slow. Now we're flying. Gonna be 36 in no time, and then 37, and it was predicted possibly 40 today. Let's go. I'm all for it. I agree with you, Delco Donnie, and I appreciate that confidence. Right, I'm feeling confident too, and I think maybe that's one of the required skills for EverQuest. But it's also a required skill for dying in EverQuest, right? You get confident in EverQuest, oh, you're gonna die. This game will try to put you back in your place. You do something 100 times, you start thinking it's easy, and that 101st time, who knows? you know, this game sometimes. Like Yonder Wiley was saying, if you know when to gate or run or do whatever you got to do to abort the mission, um, that goes a long way. Picking your battles, especially in PvP. Let's face it. And part of picking your battles, it's not always like just a straight on paper, this player versus this player, who wins. No, it never. It's that's not how it goes. We're not in the arena. We're not at equal footing. It's always somebody jumping somebody else. I will usually give the advantage to the player doing the jumping. Let's face it, the player getting jumped, then maybe their buffs wore off, right? Maybe they didn't even recast regen when it wore off. Maybe they don't even have spirit sight on. You know, lacking, lacking. That being said, the player doing the jumping, they might have full buffs. They might even have buffs that they needed a friend to cast. You know what I'm saying? Like, in fact, they probably do. Otherwise, they wouldn't be jumping you. So, that being said, it's complicated. Yeah, you don't think this works for your playstyle, Arcsith? You like to be able to AFK safely? Yeah, there's not too many safe
Man, this is
spots.
a Wendy's.
yeah, yeah. Oh, this is a Wendy's. You can't AFK here. Um, we yeah, we call AFK a free kill, right? That's the acronym here. Yeah, it happens to the best of us. Because even though we know better than to AFK, I think we all AFK every now and then. You hope for the best. My tip and suggestion: you turn the volume way up so that you hear a commotion. Hopefully, you're able to scramble back to your keyboard in time. That's my tip for AFK on red. Super loud. Sorry about that. I'm bad. What I miss is Scroto. Oh, Scroto's back. Welcome back, Scroto. Sorry about that. Right when we were discussing going AFK, I'd go AFK. That's the style. It's called styling. So encumbered. Let me pick up more stuff. Let me drop something lighter for something heavy. Oh, bronze helm. What the? Scroto, you wearing the bronze helm? Hell yeah. Got another bronze helm, got another bronze boots. Carrying, I'm gonna drop this collar. Right? Bronze collar, you're getting dropped. A passion for fashion, absolutely. Um, you know it's you know how to really get people going? You find a warrior wearing that, I think it's the Rallis cultural. Maybe it's not Rallis cultural. It's one of the culturals. It's like a golden color. You gotta tell them nice bronze. They love that. They love that. Anybody ever do that? Say that. Probably works well in like the tunnel on blue, something. Anybody. Like nice bronze. Hell yeah, I love bronze armor. I'm just kidding. They hate that. They worked hard for that cultural. And it's a slightly different shade. It really is. I think. Gotta see them side by side. I think it's a slightly different shade. I don't even remember which culture the cultural is. I said that to a warrior once. He got so mad. Need the pants. Bronze pants. I don't think I've seen those yet. But we will with this boosted loot chance. Oh yeah, we'll see it. Helps when I turn attack on. I'm like, blast him. Come on. Boom. Ah, black silk gloves. That's for the Bard Sol Row armor, I believe. Lambent. Iconic. Absolutely iconic. I think part of that is just the prevalence of the Lambent stone and just how, everybody knew that's for that blue armor. It's like, that was, I don't know. Anybody else feel like that was very common knowledge back in the day? Lambent armor. You killed a hill giant and you saw Lambent stone. It's like, oh, nice. Some bard needs that for the armor. Right? I don't know. Pretty cool. Not every class had that style of quests where everything required that same drop, huh? Every other class there was real variety in it. Like the Shadow Knight armor, yeah, you need decayed pieces, the decayed chainmail or whatever from Kazakh Thule, and it all had like the same name, but it wasn't like straight up you need 10 lambent stones or whatever. It's tough because they're lore. It's like a little cumbersome. But that was the least of everybody's troubles back then. You know what I mean? I think the game was. I was a kid. Let's be honest. Maybe it was aimed for people a little older than seventh grader that didn't know how to type. I thought this game was pretty freaking hard. That's why I played on the, Moral Thule and not Rallus Zek. I was having a tough enough time as it was, to be fully honest. But I did keep very up to date with the goings-ons. Um, Tree Rat had showed me the fancy threads while they were happening, and I thought it was some of the funniest shit I'd ever seen in my life. Uh, Absolute icon. How do you need a sow? Didn't I just sow you? I must have interrupted myself last time. Not unheard of. Oh, I got dispelled. Classic. It do be like that. Well, at least I'm not going crazy. I did actually cast it. I'm happy about that. Speaking of actually casting it, I actually tried a route there. Let's friggin' nuke it. Alright, come on. Pants! Oh, happy day. Got the whole wash and set. Let's see. Watch it. Oh, the pants! You want the wrist too? Got the wrist. I have the slam hotkey. Instead, I could do all that. Ooh. You're right, you're right. So the only thing about auto sitting and auto standing is on the PvP server, well, on all servers, if you get hit sitting, it's max damage, which, normally is, you expect a hit, not to be hit sitting, that's fine. But in, the heat of PvP, a lot can happen. Oh, don't auto sit, just have the auto stand. Right, in case you're sitting. That's smart. That's a smart idea, Arc Sith. That would make me a better EQ player. I agree with you fully. I'm gonna think about that. We're at 9:06, so like 3 hours in. I'll find this message you said at the end of the chat. Any macro making I'll do later. Well, let's see here. When you say doability 1, is that always slam? Let me try this. Let's try to teach an old troll new tricks here. And you're not the first person to suggest I do stuff like this, but you're going to be one of the first people that I listen to today. How about that? You got the pants. And the wrist too, right? Hell yeah. Just need some gloves. But yeah, let's make this slam key. Try this out. Let's try this out so far. Perfect. So far, so good. this works. I don't want to hit somebody who's sitting. That would hurt. Far away. So it didn't slam. Hold on. Slash doability 1. The only non-macros are item click. Right. So if doability 1 doesn't do it, what would be slam? I'll go to my ability bar. Okay, so this is what the ability the number's there. Oh, look at you teaching me. Okay, so now slam would be doability 1. You can't see the question of the day on mobile. Pandu TP, question of the day. What makes a good EverQuest player to you? What's the required skill set or what have you? You know what I mean? I'm glad you're here to answer the question of the day. Because I gotta know. And in fact, I'm taking tips. If somebody wants to help me improve my slam hotkey, you know, here I am. Let's try it out. Yeah, I think I tried to bash, right? Or no? I didn't see a bash there. Where's the slam? It's not slamming. I think slam is 4 for me. Okay. Let's keep. Whoop, I did 4D. Keep trying this. On the wrong one. A fist. Oh. Okay. So now it should work. Okay. Still didn't try to bash. Try. Let me try putting it in 2. And let me try doability. Oh, it's on doability 4, which is one of the ones that they're. Let's try it on 1. Doability 1. Tried to bash. Yes, there we go. Thank you. All right, add sense heading to 2. So right now, the way it works is since I have sense heading at 8, it auto presses 8 when I press 2. But if I had it in the same macro anyway, I wouldn't need that. Yeah, let's try that. This could cut down on a key on all my tunes right now. This is so hard to see, the see-through with the words behind it. Hotbar. So 7 and 2. 2 is 2, 7 is, or 8 is 2. There we go. Try that. So I should still sense head anyway. Yep. All right. How about that? And since it's only attack on, it's not turning my attack off. But if I'm trying to slam something anyway, I might as well sneak an attack in if I somehow wasn't gonna, you know, I fat fingered the attack on. It's like a safety net. I like it. I like the sound of that. And that'll obviously carry over. Thank you, ArcSith, helping teach an old troll new tricks. And like I said, you're not the first person to try to get me on that train. I'm just sometimes stubborn, and I say stuff like, I'll do it later. And I started to say that today, but I was like, why? Why do it later when I could just like take 2 seconds? Thank you. Thank you for notifying me of that. Um, that's a reference, right? I'm referencing an old Smeedy vid. I don't know who said that originally. Thank you for notifying me of that, but it's hilarious. Ooh, what's up with that? Your bud's at level 39, really? Right, slash assisting Lugi would be good, sure. Um, or he could assist me. Either or. Ding 39, grats on that. Can't believe it. We were just little babies a couple streams ago. Remember when Saibao was the new troll in the swamp? I think that was like 2 weeks ago. Maybe 3 weeks ago. Either way. Look at me now. Level 35. Lugi was probably from around the same time, right? When did you make Lugi, Fardo? I know Scroto's been around, but getting there, you know? Gonna be complete healing soon. Gotta get you in the CH cycle. The power of fungi, yeah. The power of friendship. Fungi Tunic does a lot, but you know, monk power level, druid buffs, friggin' druid XP bonus, all that stuff does a lot more, let's face it. Alright, what else could I streamline here? I main SK, yeah. So I have a harm touch key. But maybe I could combine my discipline harm touch power up with the harm touch key. And instead of doing the combo, because right now my harm touch system, it's a lot of keys. When I want a harm touch for full power, I'll tell you right now, I do shift 2, 0, shift 1, 0. That's 4 keys, with 2 of them being 2 key combinations. That's a lot of key presses to do something instantly, right? So, if I could combine, you know, shift 2, 0, that's my discipline, combine that hotkey, put the harm touch as a separate line in that hotkey, and put it on my front page as 0, I could put that key on every hotkey page, and no matter what I'm doing, blam, harm touch, and I'll copy that over to all my Shadow Knights. So that's, you just possibly made me more dangerous. So, you know, pray for my ops. Thank you, Arc Sith. Anybody who doesn't like that, what do you think about that? What do you think about what's coming? Oh yeah, adding a pause and a recast, that's a great idea, especially considering how bad my casting skills are right now. Fizzling a lot. I might want to add a couple recasts with that in mind. Let's get on that. So here comes my struggle when you're describing this process. Um, Once I do that, I have to always mem the spells in the right spot without having the benefit of just memming them to the hotkey, right? I never forget where to put it when they're already a hotkey. Those are the ones I start with, and then I fill in the blanks. So instead, I'll have to, you know what I mean? I have to know, okay, my 4th spell is the poison. It's called a macro Arc Sith. That's genius. And then no matter what's mem there, I like the way you think. I really do. I like the way you think. Get that going. Let me clean up little corpses first. Don't want to miss out on any bronze. But yeah, let's start with cannibalize, right? I've been putting cannibalize at the 8th spot. And I've been hitting Alt 8 to cast it. But what if instead of Alt 8, I hit regular 8? Now that the regular 8 hotkey has been freed up, let's start with that. It's a perfect place to start building a new habit. 8. Let's call it 8. We're gonna make it dark blue. I think that's an easy. No, that's not an easy one to see. How about black? New habit time. Yeah. All right. Let's do everything you said except cast 8 / stand. / pause. Now I can put commas and do stuff like that, right? Is that part of the syntax, right? Stand. Okay, let me. Oh, right. So it does this after the comma first, and then the comma. Is that how that's? Except I followed your directions too closely. I did 1 instead of 8. Cast 8. There we go. Let's try this. Try hitting hotkey 8. I stand up and I cannibalize. That's what's up. What's up? I didn't fizzle. Oh, just with pause. Okay, so that. Thank you. Because I've tried messing around with macros plenty of times, right? But I didn't. There was something inconsistent about it, and that's probably what it was. It was probably being like, well, it works here. Why doesn't it work there? Because it's just with pause. Thank you. Oh my God. Okay. So there are some limitations, but that's pretty freeing. You get a lot of room to play around in the macro window there. Hit a little canny. Oh yeah. Another little canny. I want to fizzle and hit the canny. Let's see it fizzle and hit it. Yeah, Arcsith, you're right. This is definitely required skill. And I was hindering myself for years. Decades even. Thank you for notifying me of this. Tree Rat probably even tried to show me how to do this freaking 20 plus years ago. And you know? It's today. I'm today years old. I finally understand. Thank you. Well, 1 down, 7 to go. Since I use slam as 2 as slam, like I don't think that's a habit I can break. I just like that's the one key in combat I will hit when I need to. So maybe we'll keep it going. Shit, about to be level 36. Can't wait. Today, the number 35 Swamptacular Splashfest 2025 is, trying to celebrate level 35. I've been celebrating this whole level, right? Let's face it. 90% in now. I'm gonna be slash dancing. I'm gonna be doing a / cheer, perhaps a / bow. There will be all sorts of classic moves performed in honor coming up. Wow, is that all off of 1? Drop 2 pieces of ring mail, 3 pieces of ring mail, and to find steel lap. That's crazy. I gotta look at that. I gotta see that. I gotta see this. Oh, never mind. Frodo's looting it. That's crazy. That's so much loot on one freaking what's it called? Alright, I'm gonna grab a snack real quick, and then I think I'm gonna get into fixing the rest of the macros and building new habits. Did I just okay, I got interrupted. I was gonna say, did the double cast actually help me there? Now that I have some fizzle protection, I can't fizzle. Come on. There we go. Oh, yes! Saw it in action. Beautiful. Feels so good. That's huge. Alright, Speaking of huge, what the fuck? I just got hit for like 200. That was crazy. Yeah, keeping keys consistent over characters, absolutely. I fully agree with that. That since I play a lot of Shadow Knights, I keep all my Shadow Knights very consistent. Um, and that has some carryover for me, right? Like Snare 5. I have Snare on my Druid. And guess what? It's on 5. I'm never fumbling for that. Anything that has Gate, I usually have Gate in the same spot. Right now I have Cannibalize at 8. You guys want to group with this rando or what? They're all saying he's cool. All right. All right. He's cool. Hey, if he's cool, if Captain Lungwhistle says he's cool, he must be cool. He's a chanter. Hey, I could get down with a chanter. I'll invite him when I see him. Root is kind of like Snare. Yeah, kind of like Snare. Um, who knows? Maybe I'll put my Snare necklace at 5 once I get one, but probably not because it's gonna be a really long cast time, right? The Interruck. I've never made anything worship Interruck, so I've never done the Disciple Symbol of Interruck quest. I don't have any prior experience with that. So that'll be fun. You know, a lot of firsts for me playing a shaman. But yeah, let me grab a snack. I'll be right back, and I'm gonna set more hotkeys. Neto's in the group. You know what's up, Neto? I'm gonna say hail and well met, like a real, EverQuest enjoyer. That sounds like some EQ talk. But yeah, let me grab a snack. Oh, never mind. Let me dance. Let me sing. No, not sing. Let me cheer. Let me target myself so that nobody thinks I'm making a slash rude gesture at them or anything. Well, let's do a dance. Let's do a cheer. Let's say, hey, what's up? Hey, you. Yes, you. We're just getting started over here. That's, of course, an inside joke, right? We're always just getting started over here. Even over 3 hours deep into the stream, we're just getting started. But that being said, it is number 35 in this series of Sunday SWAMPTACULAR SPLASHFEST 2025s. And in celebration of number 35, we just dinged through level 35. That's right. Level 36 now, and it's freaking feels good. I don't have any spells since level 24. I'm still rocking level 24 spells. I'm getting carried here, you know? By the time I'm done taking a knee, by the time I'm done taking a bow, by the time I'm done pleading and begging for you to please, please, please check out my YouTube channel, you know, I might be 20% into the next level. The post hell level XP is gonna be flying fast and furious, so blink and you miss it. I think this is a underappreciated EQ skill, right? Can you play looking at it? Can you reverse the controls and try to navigate from this view? I can't. That's a skill I don't have. That's very hard. But hey, KH fans, 1:27 a.m. for you. That's very early. Very early in the morning or perhaps late at night. It's all a matter of perspective. But KH fan, did you answer the question of the day yet? What to you makes a good EQ player? Is it a good slash rude gesture? I think that makes a good, EQ playable race. Like my favorite is probably Dark Elf, but Troll is pretty good too. It looks offensive, right? Anyway, I like the Troll dance too. Troll's got some great emotes. Without further ado, let's check out the XP bar. I feel like some stuff has died. So drum roll, please. What do we get? How deep? Yeah, I said we'd be a whole bubble in. I'm like half a bubble. I'm gonna have to actually help and pay attention and kill stuff. You know, after these messages. I'm grabbing a snack. Talk to you in a minute, okay? Don't go too far. Keep an eye on my shaman for me. I won't be long, for real. I gotta eat like a granola bar. I need to power myself through the next few hours of streaming. It'll be fun. It'll be a blast. We got so much more EverQuest action to come. All right, look who it is. The rare spawn, right? Some normally get Chewy in this spot. I'm just the placeholder for the named. The named is Winnie. Here she is. Come here, Winnie. Pop up. There she is. I assure you, this is not a puppet. This is a real cat. She is a little baby. Well, she's a little lady. She's very dainty. She's the hacker cat. She will hack the mainframe if given unsupervised access to the computer. She is. Oh yes, she's very cute. Um, she just like growled at me when I walked into the hallway to grab this granola bar. She she was waiting, and she popped up and was like, I can't even imitate it. She was like a little dragon. She is adorable. Chester's cute too, but Winnie's very adorable. Ham it up, Winnie. Ham it up for the people. Everybody say hi to Winnie. Winnie, question of the day. What do you think makes a good EQ player? Anything, Winnie? No thoughts? Good girl. Chester sometimes will sit on my lap when I'm playing. She's moving the mouse. Like I said, she's a hacker. She will start clicking stuff with the mouse. But Chester will sit on my lap and play. Winnie will not. Winnie will only occupy the chair instead of me. That's why I say I'm the placeholder. Because if I sit down, she will not be in the chair. We will not occupy the chair at the same time. She has made sure of that. It's on her terms. Yes, yes. Reaching. Very sweet. Anyway, um, I'm gonna let her. I'm gonna let her stream for a sec while I eat this granola bar. Okay.
Ishiwatari EQ subscribed to your channel for 7 months.
Ishiwatari EQ, thank you for that. Hey, what's up, man? We're just getting started over here. Great to see you. What did I miss? What did I miss? I told the group I would be AFK at least. You know? Could have been worse. Could have been worse. I was, replaced by Winnie for a minute there, but she relinquished the chair pretty quick. As soon as I put the spotlight on her, she was like, yeah, I'm out of here. Maybe we'll get super blessed by a Chester appearance, right? Imagine. I don't know if we've ever had both cats in the same stream. We'd have to check the archives for that, but I don't think so. I can't think of any time like a one or the other, and even then, it's like a rare thing. Chester's elusive. Sometimes when I'm streaming, sometimes even when I'm not streaming, but it's usually more when I'm streaming. He'll do this thing where he'll like walk by and like rub against my leg to like let me know he's here, and I'll be like, oh, I want to pet this guy, and I'll reach down to pet him, and he'll like duck it. You know what I mean? He'll like have this like wave go through him where it's just like he avoids my hand, like, oh no, you're not petting me. I'm just letting you know I'm here. It's just like I'll call his name and like maybe he'll perk his ear towards me a little bit, but he won't turn his head. Like, oh, he knows how to really make me sad, you know? Just cat things. But then other times he's a real little lovey dovey. I wish it was all the time. Because he'll sit on my lap and play EQ with me, and he'll, just be a little orange man. Sometimes he'll drop a little drip of drool. He'll get just so happy that he just like forgets to not drool or something and just start. He's a little goober maxing. I miss that guy. I need him right now. Where is he? Chester. He's in his chair. The chairman. I'm gonna try to beckon him. Hold on. Cage fan, you say if the cat's able to dodge the pet, could you call that an ultra cat stink? Yeah, yeah. He's a very stinky cat. He's a little stinky man now. He's basking in the sun right now. He loves that. He'll bask in the morning sun until it's time to bask in the afternoon sun, and then perhaps he'll move to a spot to catch those last evening rays. You know what I mean? He loves it. Especially, you can tell he's like just a little sunshine beam. Like when the sun shines on him, he's glowing. He's a little orange glowing guy. He gets all warm. You can feel like the warmth. He absorbs it. Winnie, on the other hand, she's a little chilly girl. She's from the north, and I don't know. She'll bask in the sun every now and then, and you'll see like a real like rich chocolatey brown. She's like almost red. She's like not a black cat. She's like a red cat, and she has some stripes that you can only see in bright sunlight. It's interesting. I'm sure to another cat, like whatever ultraviolet wavelengths or whatever they're seeing, like she probably has stripes visible all the time, but I can only see it in the bright sun. But that being said, she'll spend some more time like in the shadows than the sun. That's just the way she operates. Kind of funny. They're like very much different, those two. Like he's pliable. You can pet him any which way. He'll like just come to the floor and flop and be like, "Okay, rub my belly." You know what I mean? Like he loves that. But her, you can only pet her certain ways. She really likes a head pat, and a chin scratch. She likes that, and she'll take some in a one direction pats on her back, but she don't want the belly rubs like he likes. He likes to be picked up. She does not. She likes to be put down. You could say. But anyway, they're both very sweet. I love cats. All cats are baby. A cab for short. Anyway, hey, happy Labor Day weekend, everybody. We're out here straight up enjoying it on EverQuest P99 Red, right? P99 has a bonus in effect. And right now this bonus is on top of the bonus we have every day on Red server, right? We always have a little boost to the XP. More notable when you're in a group. Right now we're in a group, as you see, so getting that normal everyday group boost. Maybe not full group, but we're getting there. Plus the holiday bonus, so it's just like bountiful, great bounty. All right, I would like to switch these. I would like 3 to be my poison. It sounds good to me. So if 3 is my poison, this hotkey orders are getting silly. Let's recreate that 8 hotkey down here. /stand /cast 8 comma /pause 3 next line /cast. Right, that was it. I do believe. I'm going to double check this hotkey and this hotkey. Oh, never mind. The pause comes before because it recreated it. Drag this one over. I'm going to turn this one into 1. All right. Let's double check this. Okay, 1 works. Oh, let me try this from a sitting position. 8 works, right? Cannibalize. Yup, yup. Let me just fill in the blanks here. 2, 3. Pause 3, cast 3, cast 3. Color I can see. Congrats on 38. Whoa. I just saw him like fly out of there. I'm sure he meant to do. Dig through over here, see what we see. You can't tab between these lines, right? That would have been nice. Hitting enter doesn't do anything. Hitting the down arrow. Okay. So I do have to click each different line. Feeling more deadly already. Anyway, what makes a good EQ player to you? I think I have a lot to learn in EQ, but I've honed some skills, right? But I'm more of a melee player than a caster, right? Always kind of have been. I wish I had a clicky. So that being said, preparation. Maybe it's not a skill, but I think that's a requirement. It's hard to be an unprepared EverQuest player and look like you're any good, right? Preparation is everything. Right now, for me, my level of preparation was, bring a fungi tunic, all the gear. Like I got the gear, but that's where my preparation kind of ended. I don't have, I don't have the clicky. Nothing instant cast to reset global cooldown. I know that's crucial. I'm rocking with it. I was low level earlier. Now I'm like mid level straight up. So it's about time I stop slacking. Fears Gaming, you say no life plus MasterCard. Yeah, I mean that's a strategy, huh? Yeah, they let you do that on retail, and that's a valid thing. Sure, sure. It's an alternative to being good at EverQuest at least, and who knows, might even get you further. But that's just the sad state of gaming in general. Yeah, I like these hotkeys already. Just some, and like you pointed out, like for me, the big holdup was always how do I remember what spell is what? How am I gonna, I make the macros and then I spend the rest of the time struggling. But then you said just name the number. Genius. Genius. I had pointed who knows what direction. Ding 37. Let's freaking go. It's time to dance. It's time to point and say, hey, you. Yes, you. Join the Discord. What are you waiting for? Come on down. Water's fine. We're just getting started over here. Called the Sunday Swamptacular Splash Fest 2025, number 35. We do this every Sunday. It's like a tradition. Part of the traditions include every ding gets celebrated, right, with a little dance. There it is. There's the little dance. A little cheer. It's hard to cheer when you're swinging such a fast way. There's a cheer. There's another little cheer. Time them out. Take a knee like Tim Tebow. Take a bow. And, of course, if you're here to hate on flowers, take a seat. Sit on that. Anyway, let's go. I'm not going to spend any more time addressing the haters this ding. Maybe next ding. That's right. Flowers to happiness. When you got such a illustrious history, bound to ruffle some feathers. It's happened, Some people are still holding grudges for stuff that happened to them 20 plus years ago. And that's fine. Never change. We're here. Not going anywhere. We're constant as the Northern Star. I'm glad you're here. Be constant with me. Join us. Every Sunday, Swamptacular Splash Fest. Every Thursday, Rise and Grind, 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. on a Thursday. If that, Eastern USA time, if that works with your schedule, you find yourself wishing you had some EQ to enjoy vicariously every Thursday morning for a couple hours in that early morning, hey, I know a spot. It's right here. You know a spot too, because you're here right now. But yeah, it's consistent. Tuesday afternoons, I really, really, really try to be on. And we call it Tuesday. And if that falls through, you'll catch me on the Wednesday. A Wednesday, Tuesday situation. It's one or the other. That's the only thing that's not consistent yet. I haven't been able to dial that in yet. But it happens every week. It's the newest, latest day of the week. The calendar you have might not have it printed on there yet. But, we're adding it. It's a full day. It's called Tuesday. That's the only day where I'll choose to play a game that's not EverQuest on stream, right? Sunday, it's EQ. Thursday, pure and simple EQ. Tuesday, anything goes. Anything goes. That being said, we got a question of the day every Sunday. Today's question of the day. If you haven't heard, if you haven't answered, I gotta know. What do you think makes a good EQ player? What's the requirements? There's so many different ways to answer that, and we've gotten a lot of great answers. And I feel like I agree with all of you. No Life plus MasterCard is, that'll create a fearsome opponent on a server that allows, a pay to win environment. Absolutely. So here on P99, it's set in stone. There will never be microtransactions and nobody's allowed to sell shit and blah, 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 right? We know this. So, that MasterCard angle, won't work here, right? Right? So okay, question. Anybody who been playing THJ? I know they had some currency that you could buy, right? And that's perhaps what got them in some trouble with Daybreak, right? And by trouble, I mean the ongoing legal battle in the Southern California Court District, right? Does anybody know? Are they still doing that? Are they still selling currency? Or do they put the pause on that now, finally, that the lawsuit is in effect, right? Like happening. Two fizzles. I feel like any money they get, they're supposed to put in escrow right now, right? I say cast 8. Ah, what? How did I do that? What did I say cast 8? Figured it out. There we go. Can't use this command while casting. What? Oh, the second cast attempt. Got it. Cool. We're good. Building new habits. It ain't always easy, but it sure is fun today. I'm gonna have to buy so many spells when I get back to troll civilization. When I get back to the lacking of civilization that is my home, I'm gonna have to buy so many spells. New dots, new haste, probably a new slow. I'm just guessing here. New buffs, perhaps. Almost assuredly, some new buffs. It's like what shamans do. You know, not me, of course, but other shamans. That's what they do. Be cool. It'd be cool to get some more poisons. Maybe a disease. Maybe a nuke. The currency is still for sale. The money is going towards their defense. Manitoid. That sounds like very contrary to the requests made by Daybreak, right? Isn't their whole part of their whole thing like any money got to be set aside because we're coming for it? Spending money on defense sounds like the complete opposite of that, but shit. It's not the first time they've had some bold strategies. Oh, this is been quite the grind. Let's see here. Level 37 now. So we're up 9 whole levels. That means I did 9 cheers, 9 dances, 9 celebrations of dingage. You got to hear that beautiful sound every time. Their money has to go towards business operation, right? So that wouldn't really be. Oh, it counts. Okay, sure. Okay. All right. Interesting. I'm sure the lawyers are cool with that. You know, let's face it. Who made sure that that's the way it works? The lawyers. Who get to keep the money? The lawyers. So like everything seems fine, working as intended, boss. I don't know, I'm very interested in following this lawsuit, but I'm not getting. You know what I mean? We're not getting the constant updates right now. I need more. I haven't seen an update in a while now, and I've been checking. Okay, to be fair, I have not checked this morning. I woke up and I dove right in. I couldn't wait any longer. It's finally Sunday. Finally time to grind, you know? Finally time to party. A real swamptacular splash fest, if you will. That being said, maybe I'll do a little quick check. I'm just going to Google it. I'm just going to check THJ Daybreak lawsuit. I'm going to sort by news. So I'm going to go to new. Like, seems like the latest update was a few weeks ago, a couple weeks ago. Not seeing shit here. 3 weeks ago is the latest update in the news. What about the actual, let's go to the court listener. Let's go to the docket website. Let's see what the latest freaking filing was. Still nothing. Oh, here we go. Here we go. August 22nd, right? So they got their extension August 15th. They finally updated this docket website. I was saying before, if you want the updates, you needed to log in like as a judge. And if you didn't have the proper credentials, you just have to wait until the public was updated. The public's been updated, finally. August 22nd. This is a week after they requested the extension or granted the extension. They were granted a week. I was like, we should be hearing something. You know, last week I was saying this. So last week, a motion to compel arbitration and stay litigation was filed by THJ. We got a couple attachments here, right? A motion to compel with a couple exhibits and a couple declarations. 2 declarations in support, right? The 2 THJ people, 2 exhibits. I'm not sure what those will entail, but we'll check them out. And a memo of points and authorities in support of the motion to compel arbitration. And then 5 days later, the last filing in the list. What's going on here? I helped. The last filing is August 27th. A request to appear pro hoc vice, including a filing fee. I'm gonna have to look at this. What is this? So this is a citation. Interesting. I'm gonna have to download the file. Okay. So the applicant hereby petitions the above entitled court to permit me to appear and participate in support of petition state. My firm is some lawyer, some law firm is what? They're the local counsel. For who? So they're not a member of the Cali board, but they're a New York lawyer, and they're basically saying they're in good standing, and they should be. The pro hoc vice application will be presented to the clerk, and it shall, under penalty of perjury, blah blah blah, that their name, address, and all that stuff is right. They're going to be a member of. What is this about? I don't understand this at all. Somebody paid $213 to be like, "Hi, it's me." I gotta look up what a pro hoc vice application is in general. Party represented Daybreak. So Daybreak got a new lawyer on the case, it sounds like. That's the latest filing. Meanwhile, THJ had an extension. After the extension, they filed some stuff. Let's look at that stuff. Meanwhile, we got the group grinding away. Enjoy that. If you enjoy EverQuest action, watch that. But if you want to hear the lawsuit stuff, listen to me. If you want both, hey, here we go. It's both. I'm looking at Exhibit 1 here. This is a little mysterious, right? We know what the other filings are here, but what's Exhibits 1 and 2? This is some sort of like... Okay, so it seems like they're trying to come up with a solution. They're like, let's arbitrate here. Let's agree to this whole thing that we put out, right? It sounds like the THJ lawyers are trying to take the reins. They're like, let's strike an agreement, okay? Here's what we propose. And it looks like it's 7 pages of proposal for Exhibit 1. And let's look at Exhibit 2. And it looks like a very similar thing. Also, this one looks like 8 pages. But it's another thing, it's like sign here. Sign here to agree to all this. Interesting. I'll read this on my own time, and I'll give you my thoughts on that. But and finally, we have some updates in the lawsuit. They gave THJ some time to respond, and their response seems to be, "Let's make a deal." Um, maybe Daybreak goes with it, but their response was to bring a new lawyer into the case. So maybe that's the arbiter, right? Maybe or the mediator, right? If you're gonna arbitrate, you need a mediator, right? So maybe that's supposed to be the mediator, but it sounds like they're talking about like practicing law. So I don't know. Let's find out. Let's dive in later on my own time, and I'll give you my assessment on the Discord. We'll chat about it in the EQ Public channel, right? Everybody's welcome in the EQ Public channel. We'll talk about it. I like to speculate. I like to try to, understand. And if any lawyers are in the house and know what I already forgot the friggin' term here, ad hoc vice, whatever it was. If anybody knows what that means. Big old two-hander. Oh my goodness. I don't even remember dinging 37. I danced though, right? I cheered. Did I do the things? I must have, right? The volume is on. I would have heard that sweet music, that sweet, sweet ding music. You know what I mean? Just it would have been pure reflex. Instinct would have guided my next actions, which would have looked something like this, right? Something like this, just to give you a little preview. It would have been like that. I would have done that. I'm sure of it. I almost got Chester to come over here. But he's elusive. It's right under the desk. Come here, buddy. All right. Anyway, I was making hotkeys. I need a cat cam. Yeah, yeah. I feel like they would just, as much as I would set it up at a place that they liked to be, they would probably just to spite me move their spot, and then I'd move the camera over there, and then they'd go back to the other spot. I need multiple cat cams. Thing, right? Switch it to the one that they're active at. That would be cool. Maybe one day Ishii would target EQ. That would be actually awesome. Chester's, I think he's a better host, than me. If it was a Sunday Swamptacular Splash Fest 2025 run by Chester, probably be one of the greatest streams of all time, regardless of category. Let's face it. A little orange man, a little orange fuzzy man running the show. It would be good. It would be too good. Come here, buddy. He's just shy. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We always want that. Oh, what? A hemoenologist. I don't think I've ever in my life had the pleasure of meeting a hemoenologist. Oh, thing 38. It's that time again. Dance. Cheer. Hey, everybody. How you doing today? It's good to see you. Welcome. Just getting started over here. Level 38. 10 levels higher than what we started at. And honestly, that's crazy. I gotta go get some spells. I gotta freaking go to the store. Go to grab. Uh, do all the stuff. I'm gonna take a knee in honor of Tim Tebow. Alright, fine. I'll maybe, just maybe, try to help Lifguard a little bit. Got it with the root. That was me. Alright, anyway, if you thought this Glyph Guard was going to train us and you actually, in fact, were praying for that, or you could say praying on our downfall, take that. Anyways, let's continue to just get started over here. Hell yeah, that was good. That was a good grind. Ding 38. Should we quit while we're ahead and get some spells or what? They boiled me. A blood spirit. Can you drink it? We're debating what we're doing right now. I vote spells. I think it's time to empty the bags, fill the book, and reevaluate, right? We still got a few hours left. We're just getting started over here, but I think it's like a good little intermission, maybe. I need spells badly. Let me back up in a little bit. Reconvene. And the gate. I was ninja looting a little bit. Like go to You're always voting Sol B. Yonderwiley's a big Sol B proponent. Personally, I like this little place called Guk. I don't know if you've heard of it. I know plenty of stuff I can kill in Guk at this level range. I'd probably go to the live line. Root Rot, some Basilisk. Actually, I could maybe even charm that Basilisk. Would that work? Could I charm that Basilisk? I know I can charm some animals, right? I'm so encumbered. Brawling. Ishiwatari, you love Guk, right? Who doesn't? Shiny Goot, you say willingness to help those in need. Even if it means sacrifice on the benefits you. Building a strong community in a multiplayer game. Yes, Shiny Goot. That's an excellent point. You're the first to bring up the fact that it kind of takes a village, right? You could be the most skilled EQ player ever, but you're going to get left in the dust if you try to stand alone. Only solo so far, which, to be fair, especially in 2025, is pretty far. People have kind of gotten really good at soloing. Just game knowledge is at all-time highs. But trailing off a sec here. Let me sell all this stuff off. Still a little encumbered. Buy some stuff. Level 24, so I'm missing the level 29 spells, and I'm missing whatever the mid-30s spell level is. I think this vendor might have 29s. No, looks like this vendor. 34, 34, 29. Let's see if there's any I can skip. It looks like these are all going to be pretty important. Now, easement, yes. Let's buy all these. Let's go down the list. Sort them out later. Right, going to Ogre City as a troll is probably a bad idea, huh? Okay, I'm up to Shifting Shield. Mend these real quick. I'm just gonna throw them in empty page back here and then sort them out. You know, the sake of brevity over here. Up to Shifting Shield. Bye. Drop off some junk. I shouldn't say junk. Drop off some excellent stuff in the bank. Okay, I'm gonna need another backpack or two. Put together a little care package here. That's for me. I'll keep the black dire skin on me, I guess. Be ready for anything. Froggy meat. 2 stacks of frog meat. That's okay. Drop off a couple bags. Buy a couple bags. Then I'm buying some pummices. I'm buying some crim pots. I'm buying some cloudy pots. So okay, so I don't have Invis yet. I think I got to go to Oasis for that. I'll go to Oasis. I'll keep some plat on me for that. Couple pumice, couple crim, and hopefully, you know, Invis will be affordable. Need that. Take all that with us. Is that everything? Okay, let's check the skills. I'm gonna sort it from low to high. I'm gonna look, right? If it's language skill, I don't care right now. I'll click those another time. For brevity's sake. Oh, alchemy, huh? How high can I train alchemy? 21. Okay, do that. Specialize abjure. If not skilled up at all. Begging. Huh? Learn the basics. Why not? Okay. None of this too exciting. Gonna go buy Invis. And ooh. I wish I had more plat. I should have sold some of that bronze stuff I put in the bank. Because I'm gonna need more plat. There's a dot vendor. Right, we'll see him in the swamp, the hand. I'm gonna run back in. I'm gonna vendor that small bronze. We got Scroto basically full set, so you know, any extra bronze I guess is going to the spell cause. Exciting stuff. Yeah, I like Rob. I like the layout. It's fun. You can float around. You can get really up high. Take some shortcuts. Charisma buff yourself, huh? Great tip, you say? What's the what is charisma before you buy and sell? Hey, sure. Sure. Get down with that. Let's do it. Like Yonder Wiley said, mostly for potion making? Sure. Gotcha. What was the name of that one? Alluring Aura. I'm gonna have to put this. I feel pretty. Let's sell some junk. And if that's not enough to get me the spells I need, well, that's what I got. So we'll take it to the hand and see how it goes. Got no important skills. I guess alchemy is an important skill. I learned the basics. I'm up to 21. Use crude Stein even at 115. Okay, sure. I appreciate that experienced shaman tip. All right. How'd I do on my backs? Pretty good. I got a couple spells still to mem. I did not buy food or drink, so I'm a little low, but I could pick that up in the desert or whatever. I unfortunately have to take a trip if I want to buy invisible, which I do. I really do want to buy invisibility. It's a good spell. You know, frequently asked question, can you invis me? Until I buy the spell, no, I can't. I'm high enough level now. So I don't have any valid excuse. I gotta go buy it. But that being said, it's sure a lot less lonely of a travel with all you guys here to chat with. Speaking of chatting, do you have an answer for the question of the day? What do you think makes a good EQ player? I think a good EQ player is always going to have the spell, right? You know that a druid can cast Spirit of Wolf, right? Or Sow, the way I like to call it for short. Rhymes with World of Warcraft. Anyway, like say you ask a druid for Sow and they're like, oh, I never bought that one. That's gonna be a red flag, right? You're gonna be like, what do you mean? You're high enough level, but you didn't buy it? Yeah, I didn't get around to it. I didn't have the plat, whatever. You're gonna look at them funny. You're gonna be like, I don't know if this guy knows what's going on, because that's an essential. But that being said, every spell has its moment, and you gotta have it. Preparation is a big part of it. Game knowledge, right? We're touching on already mentioned topics here. Skills. They're kind of, on green, your highest to level 6. Yeah, nice. Next few times you play EQ, it's going to be P99. Yeah, dude. P99's it's a fun change, It's like kind of the opposite of THJ. THJ, it's like run, run, run. P99, unless you have a safety net of friends and gear, it's going to be like kind of crawl before you walk. We say Sal the same, yes. A layered question, the dude. Yes, we're just getting started on quite a layered question. I thought it was an interesting one, I wanted to give you guys a good question. I thought that was a good question. Make you think, make you really dig deep. And it's kind of personal to you, right? I'm not asking uh objectively or whatever. It's kind of subjective. What to you? What makes a good EverQuest player? And you know, on the other side of the coin, what do you think is a red flag? Like clicking the spell gems. You'll catch me do it now and then, but I know better. I know better. In the heat of the moment, that's not the way you want to do it. You want to be ready. You want to be prepared. I'm more prepared than ever. My macros are fire right now. At least for 1, 3, 4, and 8. You know, fire. We'll keep working on the rest of them. Slowly but surely, I'm getting there. You have to be willing to learn. Yeah. That's, you know, I'm not going to sit here and say I'm always the most, you know, I don't always have my listening ears on. I might have my chatting mouth equipped. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I got to listen. I got to learn because I don't know everything. What do you call a skeleton that sits around all day? A lazy bones. That's hilarious, Cage fan. I forgot to buy anything at the hand, but it's all right. It's all right. I'm gonna be missing at least one dot, I'm sure. I can gate back to the swamp after, I guess. It would have been smart to swing through as I was in the north end there. If you spend all your time preparing, you might miss some chances. Sure, you're right. You're right. You gotta strike while the iron's hot. You gotta. There's a lot of. It's a balancing act. I agree with you there, Yonder Wiley. Sometimes you gotta make a fast move. Shoot first, ask questions never. You know. You know how it goes. But in general, you always gotta be generally prepared. Happy zone. A lot goes in. You never notice till you start to teach your wife to play. Yeah, yeah. Your wife is lucky to have somebody teaching, right? Because I was saying before, like the learning curve on this is crazy, and if you're left to your own devices, you might do things in a way that is, you know, what we would call suboptimal, and you just don't know any better. It's just the way you've always done it. I think it takes a few things. Yeah, I think so too. The dude. I think there's no simple answer to this question. You know, it's almost like I picked one to drive some discussion here. You know, they're not always what's your favorite Happy Gilmore, or I always call him Happy Gilmore now. What's your favorite Adam Sandler? You know, they can't all be that simple. Sometimes they gotta make you think. Anyway, I think this is the one. This lady right here, invisibility. That's the one. There's only one plat. Ultravision, 15 plat. Vision. Vision. Can't afford it. Chris Farley was your favorite Adam Sandler, yeah. Facts. They don't make them like that no more. All right, let me go back to the swamp. Let me now that I have even less money, let's see if there's a dot for me. Yeah, Tree Rat showed me how to play the game. One piece of advice I never took from Tree Rat, besides playing the PvP server, right? He wanted me to play with him and Flowers, and I was, you know, a scared kid, and I instead stuck to a comfortable blue server, blah, blah, blah. Besides that, the other lesson I never took from him was he was playing with his arms crossed, right? Kind of crazy. I think he was maybe like left handed or ambidextrous or something. You know what I mean? Like, I can't do it. I've tried. I've tried to recreate it to be like, how was he doing this? And it's just he was totally switched. He would use the mouse with the left hand and wads with the right hand, with a cross going on. And that is they make left-handed mouses. I wonder if he had a left-handed mouse on the left-handed side, if he would have been like, you know what, this is a little more convenient. I don't know. I've always been curious about that. You do that, Manitoy? That's funny. Um, I'm definitely not ambidextrous like that. I need to do it the way I do it. Cage fan, you say I'm the main P99 streamer you watch? Hey, I'm happy to provide you with some a little window into our world over here. This is red99, the P99's bastard son. Rogan, he does a lot. We got to thank Rogan. We don't thank Rogan enough for what he's done and what he continues to do. What he continues to do is keep the server up, and nobody else could do that. Did you miss any THJ gossip? The dude, there have been some updates. Remember last week I was saying they're due. They're supposed to have filed something. They did. They filed on August 22nd, but we didn't find out for a little bit. You haven't heard that one in a minute, guy. Yeah. So the THJ updates, it's a lot of legalese. I got to really dig in, but from my quick glance at the filing seems to be that THJ, after their extension, they filed some. They want to get some arbitration going on. They're like, let's sign this. Here's some forms. Let's sign these. Or maybe it's like, let's sign one or the other, right? There's Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 2. And they're probably slightly different agreements as proposed by the THJ lawyers, right? And Daybreak's response to that is, we got another lawyer. Here's our new lawyer. She's on the case too. You know what I mean? Which to me doesn't sound like signing the agreement yet, right? But I could be wrong. I got to dig more into it. So, yeah, Sirkin said Rogan does a lot. Yep, and Smeedy ran away with it. Exactly. It's such a classic. Uh, Rogan does a lot. The Sincere Sirkin remix, I think, is the full name. I'm a big Smeedy fan. I've always heavily enjoyed a good Smeedy remix, and that was one of the best. If we get some new Smeedy remixes, we're back. We're still back. You know what I mean? We'll be in the golden age again. We're just getting started. Absolutely. Damn, where's this hand? It's usually so easy to find. I'm just like kind of feeling around in the swamp right now. I gotta check the map. It's like slightly south of the South Row entrance, but maybe a little west. Usually I just freaking run right to it. There it is. Easy. Totally fine. All right, what we got here? Ah, Plague. That's a high level one. E-Bolt, level 49. Can't wait. That'll be so good. Counteract Poison, level 29. That would be good too. I can afford that, but let's see. I'd rather get a dot. I'd rather create some poison. You know? Painted. Venom of the Snake. Yes, 39. I'm going to buy that one. Oh, or I would. If I wasn't 6 plat short. Maybe I'll sell. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. I don't want to sell that stuff. Gotta do what I gotta do. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'll be back. I'll be back for you, Crim Pot. I'll be back. Oh, I don't want to sell both Crim Pots. That's like. Venom of the Snake. Here we go. That's for later. Alright. The gang knows where to find me. They know where I'll be at. The THJ lawyer made you want them to lose the dude. Yeah, I rubbed me the wrong way too. I did not like their finger pointing, blame assigning attitude when the finger and the blame is being pointed and assigned at like all of us, including me and you and everybody else who enjoys an emulated EverQuest experience, that are trying to big face palm right there. Like, did they not know that there's an agreement? Like, we play on P99. We knew there was an agreement. Just because we never saw the agreement doesn't mean we didn't all know there was an agreement. So to like point the fingers at us in court, to put it on the record, be like, "Have you seen these guys?" Like, come on, dude, snitch, real dry snitch behavior, you know. And they know we play an emulator. They're cool with it. It was done in a way that was approved. Anyway, that really rubbed me the wrong way. I'm not gonna go say I want them to lose, but I will say I didn't like that, and I thought it was a little freaking embarrassing for them. Like really? I don't know. It is funny. I know I've pointed out this disparity before, but when you look at the tone, verbiage, language, and just the respect shown between Daybreak and P99 in the agreement, and then read the filings of Daybreak against THJ, it's like they're dealing with a whole different company right now. You know what I mean? Like they are not showing respect. They are not giving them an inch. They are out for blood. To me, that's what it seems like. I always kill those little mushrooms. It absolutely is on site. Uh, which Ishiwatari EQ doesn't like. Sorry, Ishiwatari. I gotta do it to him though. I gotta. I've said it before, but I feel like those mushrooms were a lot smaller back in the day. Maybe it's just my imagination and remembering it, but I could have sworn they were like even tinier. And because of which, they were kind of hard to target and hard to hit. Like their hitbox was extra, extra tiny. And when you killed them, their corpse would start sliding. I don't know if anybody else remembers this, but that's what I remember. All right, we got a dark blue right here. Let's freaking go. You remember corpses sliding? Yeah, yeah. It was just like, that's something that I'm glad is gone. That was an annoying, didn't feel immersive. You know what I mean? It seemed like a bug. I'm all for stuff like that not existing in our timeline. Little things like that are just a net negative on the experience. We don't need to recreate. But for the most part, I'm a classic purist. If it should be one way, let's do it that way and not reinterpret it. It's a slippery slope. They've reinterpreted some things, and it's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Right. Nobody asked. I'm just the apple. I tell you what was asked, the question of the day, and what is it to you that makes a good EQ player? What do you look for? What are the boxes that need to be checked? I think mouse turning. It's one of the boxes that needs to be checked, right? Or at the very least, keyboard turning is a red flag. You better show some very superior, you better make up for that in the other categories. Because you're handicapping yourself so much. I can't even fathom it. But hey, if that's the way you learned and that's the way you do it and it works for you, that works for you, but not me. I need to do it with the mouse. Keyboard turning, it's just look at how slow. That's one rotation. Rotate one time. 1, 2, 3. That's 3 turns, right? Now let's mouse turn 3 turns. 1, 2. All right, maybe it's not that much faster, but if I turn my sensitivity up, I could really whip it in a amount that like you would never need. I don't know. Whatever. I think it's better, but it's personal preference. But I think if somebody's mouse turning and your keyboard turning, I feel like you're gonna have a hard time keeping up in a 1v1 melee situation. But hey, not everybody's a melee. I guess you can get by just fine casting. I don't know. Whatever. I'm over here thinking out loud again. You see what I see? Look at this freaking messed up spawn over here. We got two pops up at once. Yeah, saltwater croc placeholder. I pulled it and it revealed the ancient croc. I thought I saw something behind it, but I didn't think too much of it. But there it is, plain as day. Very strange. One of the few camps I've ever seen do this type of thing, and it'll happen sometimes. It used to happen more. You used to be able to force it, right? If you killed just the left-hand croc, it would respawn a new wave while still leaving up, all the other pops. But it doesn't seem to do that consistently anymore. But every now and then, you'll see multiple waves up. So I don't know. Weird. Anybody know if that does it on green or blue? Probably harder to check something like that on a more populated server. You leave some crocs up as an experiment. You come back later, the crocs are down. Somebody was like, oh wow, that was such a nice pile of crocs. Somebody's walking away with a croc-shaped belly. You're like, what happened to the crocs? I don't know. Let's talk about how easy these crocs are. This one's making me look like a liar. Why is this croc so hard? Oh my god. There we go. Alright, let me met up. Looks like the gang's all here on their way. And we'll see them here shortly. And I hope you join me for more experience gained. Uh-oh, Fardo crashed. Everybody go attack Luigi. He can't fight back right now. Be right back when it resets, yes. We will be here. I will be here. Be right back. All right. We're back. Let's freaking go. Did you guys find me yet? You have Pot G on a level 6 Necro because the Druid buffed you? Yes. That's basically unlimited power. Uh, barring any disasters by targeting the wrong thing and hitting a guard or something, you know what I mean? You could probably just go crazy. Why do I have spells hotbar? So weird. Oh yeah, I'm sure he knows how to get there. I did not memorize slow. Maybe I'll root it and back up and memorize it. Is this croc's a little beefy. Get some more safe to sit. I was about to sit like on top of that. That doesn't seem safe. Alright, Tagar's insects. Try to fix this hotkey. Make a number 7. Oh, let's try that out. Looks good. Interrupted me. Hit it before the water. Yes. Resisted, but I still at least, it was a good try. Well, I'll hold these for now. I'm sure somebody will want them. They're better than nothing. I ran out of the mana. Yeah, this is pretty good though. Maybe a monk power leveling us was cooking, but this is fun too. Can't wait for Venom of the Snake next level though. I know that's a good one. I used to use that on the Necro. Powerful stuff. For the level range. Obviously, there's better poisons that exist. But for a level 39, pretty cool. Your level 6 Necro has 169 sun setting. Hey, so you always know where you're going. That's a good skill to have. Mine's pretty high too, I think. Did I fuck up the specialization? Yeah, I don't know. Which one should I get? I feel like it's my my cannibal eyes. Hey, I grind this. Question of the day. What makes a good EQ player to you? Right? What do you think makes a good EQ player? I gotta know. Alteration. And what did I say mine was? Alteration needs to hit 51 first. Okay. I'll keep canning. I wasn't sure, so I was like kind of chilling on the canning for a little bit. That's easy enough. I think my abjure is high. 38. I guess. Alright, I'll be careful. You're the pro Shammy. I will trust your judgment on this. Because I know nothing. Oh, Lugi's here. My bad, Lugi. I forgot that you went Link Dead. In the zone over here. Well. And when I ask if these frogs like you guys, I mean, do they tolerate you? You're gonna have to stew on that question today. Yeah, I grind this. Think about it. Think about it. You know, it's not as simple as some questions, right? We've had some past questions that are pretty straightforward. Sometimes even like tip of your tongue stuff. But not always. Today's one of those days where it's a thinker. Hopefully a thinker, not a stinker. If they pronounce Lucklin correctly. No, it's been confirmed. The devs confirmed it. You guys need invises. Hmm. Guess I'll jump in the water, get a little swimming skill. Didn't I just hit you? All right. Sometimes having levitate from a low level, you know, it spoils you. You just end up skipping leg day. You know what I mean? You can't skip leg day. You got You gotta swim every now and then. You gotta get that skill up, because otherwise, when it counts, when it matters, when you need that swimming skill, you're gonna find that you just never got it. You just didn't do it. Moving tactically. That's a good answer. It's a good answer. Sometimes that includes fleeing the scene. That could be very tactical. You can't win them all, and you got to identify those losses. You had a whole paragraph that basically says that. Yeah, yeah. It's true. It's very true. We've been getting a lot of great answers to this question today. I think. No, I'm an answer judge, and I judge them favorably. I got rooted. Uh-oh. I can't help. It's around the corner. Not good. Not good. It's like a buried root too. Good. I don't want to have to click off all my shit. But luckily, Loogie did something. I don't know what. Around the corner, killed that thing. Probably caught it with a snare. It's all good. It's all good. We're doing just fine. One example for Monsters Memories: if you do not have a backup spellbook, you're not moving tactically. Interesting. Backup spellbook, huh? And on my bard, I like to have a backup drum in the bank. I got a couple instruments, but mostly the drum. If I'm on a long corpse run, definitely comes in handy. Every little bit helps. Try to find these guys. We got a misplaced couple in here. You have no idea where you are in Guck. What do you think? Where would that be? Maybe down in those hallways down there. Oh, they know we're there now? Okay, okay. And I was going to say, maybe down here, right? This is a nice little maze. Get nowhere fast down there. Hey, there they are. Wow. Shin Greaves and Shin Gauntlets on the same freaking frog. Only on the holiday bonus, you're not going to see that any other day, I swear. Oh, okay. There you go. I'm like, I see it hitting Netto, but I don't see Netto. Freaking gnomes. They're so tiny. All right. Just clear through. This is perfect for us. We're like right in the level range for this stuff to be classic, desirable targets. Basically just waiting for the root to break now. There we go. Oh, you saw the Meow Mix Backstreet Boys ad? It's really funny. I'm glad they're giving you good ads, you know? Ads suck, but good ads can be funny. Sparingly. Talking strategy here. I'm saying let's passy from right here, right? You can see the room. You could even, you know what? Yeah. I was like, if you're small enough, you could fit through this window. Too bad I'm so big. Dot dot dot. Unless shamans had a spell that can shrink you. Imagine. That'd be crazy. Shrunk down. Get a little height by the ceiling. There they come. Oh, of course they freaking root me. Freaking fracking root me. Yeah, the Vizgul Knight's considerably harder than a Shingul Knight, let's face it. I like this way better than, pulling through the water. That could be tough if you don't have swimming skill. Awesome. Move up to bedroom. Go up here to get the height. I gotta flex. I gotta go through the window because I'm a little small guy. Just further contributions to why my swimming skill is going to be so lacking, right? Just didn't get my feet wet. It's a tough break. This next room. We're in the bedroom, you know? You know why they call it the bedroom? Because it's got a bed. Here's the bed. It also has a chair facing the bed. I'd never noticed that before it was pointed out to me. Very interesting. I've returned. What'd I miss? Some full mana. Full HP. Are we ready? We doing this? Maybe, just maybe, I'll buff my pals a little bit. Buff myself a little bit, perhaps. Okay, never mind. That's not holding. Full regen. So wish I had a clicky right now. It's a little shrunken goblin skull earring, you know, nothing crazy. Just a charisma buff on the chanter. Why not? Maybe it won't hold, but maybe it did. We've won to Scroto too. Why not? Actually, you know what? I think even a bard can enjoy some charisma too. Why not? Everybody gets some charisma. Thinking about this, I'm gonna work out what would be. I guess if all else fails, at the gate. Gate at number 2. Cross strikes up. Like maybe Mally's. Okay, let's plan this out, guys. So there's bats and undead there. And I'm explaining if you try to pass the undead and it fails, you get the undead, right? The bats won't assist the undead for that. If you run in there, they'll all attack you. But you can kind of pick and choose. This would be, I'm not going to say an impossible room, but this would be a very hard room if you had to fight it all at once. It'd be very hard for our level. I think we could do it. You know, we got the right little makeup here. A couple crowd control classes, a couple healers. You know, we got a lot of good options. Maybe we don't have a true tank. You know, that'd be like the one thing missing, like a Shadow Knight or a Warrior or something. Pally. We got like pretty much every role covered. And I got a fungi tunic, so I'll stand in as a tank if I can. I just don't have taunt. I have to root it. Ready when you are. Let's go. I don't have Passy. All right. Let's go. That looks like maybe a success. I mean, if you end up succeeding Passy on all the undead, I'll get a bat for you to try it on too. Very nice. Very nice. Okay. That was the same bat as before. All good. Get the Shin Ghoul. Of course it rooted me. And it's in a spot where I can't do anything. Terrible. Terrible. There we go. If it didn't wear off soon, I was going to have to click off my lev and hope to get rerouted at the top so I could dispel it. You know, I was going to get desperate. It's all good. Nothing, everything's fine. Nothing to worry about here. Easy mode. So many fizzles. Halfway through 38. It's a more authentic pace, right? We're not getting power leveled now, but it's still nice. You know, it's the holiday. It feels good. Speaking of the holiday, anybody doing anything fun for this holiday weekend? I'm thinking I might go mini golfing. I haven't been mini golfing in like a decade at least, probably more. And I think it's fun. I would never go real golfing, like full-sized golfing or whatever. Like that doesn't appeal to me. But mini golfing, that's fun. Leaving for Norway on Monday. Hell yeah, Captain Long Whistle. That's awesome. Well, I should have grabbed some bat wings, huh? Gotta love the double drop bats. Big wings. Okay. So now, the room is pretty well split. You're seeing your favorite band tonight, Manitoid. Nice. Most excellent. You know, summer's not over yet. Maybe it's almost over, but let's not count it out. Still summer. Do some summer fun stuff this weekend. Um, Personally, for me, EverQuest, that's all year fun. You know, it's not summer exclusive. It's not a winter exclusive. That's year round. But some stuff is summer exclusive. So I gotta make sure to try to jump on it. I don't want to miss the whole season. You know what I mean? Like I want to go pan for gold. I want to go somewhere where it's still got a little warmth out. You know, somewhere where there is gold. Not, you know, I don't live anywhere where there's gold. Unfortunately, I can confirm that. I've done many pans. I've dug deep. You know, I've checked the inside curve of the river. I've checked the outside curve of the river. I've checked the middle of the river. I've checked the, you know, I haven't found a freaking speck. So I don't know. I don't know. But there are places, you know, in a driving distance that maybe, maybe I get lucky. I would do that. I would do that for fun, you know? Luckily, I'm not like a prospector by trade or whatever, because I would have starved to death a long time ago. You know, my claim has not produced. All good. I think mini golf, you know, maybe the real gold would be hitting a hole in one on a nice little, you know. We'll see. The mini golf place I want to go to has like delicious Italian ice. I can't, like, that's really what I'm in for right now. We're approaching lunch, so of course I'm going to start talking more and more about hungry things. What do you think? Avoid the ice bones? I pulled one of these in a freaking long time. When's the last time you've ever seen me pull a deadly black widow? I just don't usually take spiders. I take the ice bones way, almost exclusively. But right now, with this group makeup, I feel like this is the way. Let's see. See how it goes. Okay. I feel like there's some ads in this room. Maybe I'll pull with a root. Yeah, how'd I know? Looks like I've been here before, but it's been a while. It's been a while. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, getting spun around. Just keep backing up. As roots break, we'll step them back another spider's width. One spider's length away. Americans will use anything but the metric system. Nice and easy. That's why I didn't like make it too big a deal about this. You know, I just kind of pulled one with root, like knowing I was gonna get at least a couple. I didn't think it was gonna be 3 more. I thought it'd maybe be 2 more, but hey. Most good. Congrats on 40. When you woke up this morning at level whatever you were, 29, I think, you probably had no clue you'd be dinging 40. Honestly, I was trying to hit level 35. That was my goal today. You know, stream Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest 2025, number 35. Maybe ding 35 to celebrate it. We did that hours ago. Trying to slow it. Nice and easy with the slow. Okay. Well, that pretty much brings us to the gargoyles. I think. If I'm not mistaken. Got a lot of knobs scouting ahead. What do you see? What do your elf eyes see? A bat. Several bats, perhaps. What are you guys always running out of mana for? Have you tried cannibalizing? That's what I do. I'm like never out of mana. No, just messing. It's pretty powerful. I get it. I'm starting to warm up to the idea of shamaning, the shamification. It's fun.
Not a ton of downtime. With the, you know, the fungi tunic cannibalized combination is, yeah, it does a lot. Jeez, almost 39. Can't wait. Where's the spell? Actually, I think I have a few. Okay, no, I must have memorized the other ones. This is the only one. Venom the Snake, ready to go. Like maybe a Necro my level would have already been casting it for 4 levels, but I'm a Shaman. It took me, you know, a slow learner. I'm on the cusp. Ready. Okay, so if I have enough mana, we could probably handle a little something. I know everybody else is out, but you know, that's okay. I don't want to go too crazy. I don't want to fight 3 gargoyles without anybody else. So the first specialized to cross 50 or to hit 50, and this is the one I need, right? According to Yonder Wiley. I'm doing it. Making the push. Even though I have the mana now, I don't need canning. I guess I could heal myself. Use some mana, get some health. Uh-oh. Oh no, it's the same specialized. Right? Alteration. Alteration. Okay, so healing and canny and slow. Okay, so I can see why that's important. Yeah. Still looking for this specialization point. Come on. There we go. So now that that's 50, I'm good, right? I don't need to worry anymore. I'm not going to screw it up. I'm not going to do what everyone thinks I'm going to do. All right. Oh, 51, huh? The deeper into a power level session, the more fizzles. Yeah, maybe. It do be like that. 51's the magic number. Okay, we're almost there. We're almost there. Bilver, good to see you. And Yonder Wiley, yeah, 51. It's coming. I'm glad you're here to witness. Here it comes. Any second now. Drum roll. There it is, 51. Hooray. We did it. Mission accomplished. Unfurl the banner. Wake up, W. Why don't you guys move up just a little bit? Nice, yeah. I already know what guide that is. It's a good guide. Excellent guide. I'll have to look at that. As a shaman now, I read the guide as a Shadow Knight, picking out pieces that were helpful to me. But now I can actually, use it for its intended purposes. This one's not slowed.
Nonus1 subscribed to your channel for 4 months.
Jonas, what's up? How you doing? We're just getting started over here. Sunday Swamptacular SPLASHFEST 2025, number 35. Started out this stream level 28, now level 38. I'm a shaman this time. Real big chamois hours. Who up? Sham wow. You know? Oh shit, the evil eye is up. Awesome. Huh. Wow, level 7 with 97 plat. That's awesome. But yeah, Notice, thank you again. Appreciate you. We got. There they are. There's the guards. We got. Let's take a little roll call. All right, a little mid grind roll call. We got Loogie. We got Scroto, and we got Everyone said they were cool. It seemed fine to me. Netto. I don't know Netto. I wonder what their AKA is. Right? Everybody got a AKA. Like, I'm not just Sidebound. I'm Chewy, right? Who's Netto? But anyways, it's just us, just cruising, grinding, having a blast. Love what are these? Well, here we go. Just trying to stay confident and just keep killing. You know, this isn't brain surgery. This isn't rocket science. This is Guck. I know Guck. This is like second nature to me. I don't need to overthink no gargoyle pull. I'm gonna pull it. Kill it. Ninja loot the eyeballs before my friends can. You know? It's only right. I have spells I gotta buy. It ain't cheap. You know, I got mouths to. No. We'll share. We'll share the eyes. I'm just joking. Just joking. It's a joke. It's called prop comedy. Those eyes in my pocket is it's a prop. It's prop comedy. Very funny. Trust me, it's very funny. They know I'm kidding. Big Loogie just dinged 41. Oh no, 89. What's up? Happy Labor Day weekend to you too. We're celebrating with double. We got bonus XP, we got bonus loot, and we got bonus faction. I'm basically Carrot Top and Gallagher combined, right? I got Carrot Top's good looks and Gallagher's and you might not know this about Gallagher, but he's an excellent bowler. Just kidding. I'm not even a good. I've had a couple good games over the years. It's hammer time. Yeah, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna try to root this so I can hold aggro. Resisted the root spell, but very funny joke. Hee hee ha ha. Alright, Scroto's out of mana, but good news is we made it to the Gargs. Let them get a little mana. I know people are perhaps needing a little med break. They don't have cannibalize. I was like them once. I didn't have cannibalize either once, and I felt the burn. I feel the sting of no mana. But now, when I feel a little sting, that means yes mana. Just a little sting. All right, so can he dance that ass off? Yeah, yeah. I need to get a clicky. I'd be friggin' killing it right now if I had a little global cooldown refresher. Perhaps this is the weekend, right? Gotta hit up them goblins. I get a stupid earring because that farm sucks. I hate that farm. And it's not because it's hard to get the named. No, it's the opposite. The named is the easy part to get. But then, actually getting the earring. You get your hopes up. You see the named up, you're like, ooh, there he is. And then you get those stupid gloves again. Or it's double loot, so you get two stupid gloves. You know what I mean? Like, so rare. Such a rare earring. I always have high hopes. I remember probably a couple of years ago now, one of the events, I was like, I'm gonna go get a backpack full of those earrings. And I went out there like all day. I think I got 2 earrings, but at least I got 2 earrings because it could go worse, you know? But hey, we're just getting started over here. This could be a tough pull. All right, maybe not a good time to pull if he's AFK. I'll wait. I'll wait till you're back. I'm not pulling with AFK anybody. Oops, mic check, mic check. What did I have it set at? Is this good? Good volume? Better? Okay. I accidentally dragged it instead of muting. Okay, okay. Mic's not too loud, right? I accidentally changed the setting. I goofed it. This makes me a little nervous. 3 across the way. All blue, right? Let's try it. 1, 2, 3 frocked at me. They're all gonna cast on me. They're all gonna laugh at you. Ouch. I'm in trouble. Wow, nice heal. Thank you. There's one coming at me. He's gonna come. There he is. It's a little sketchy. We're okay. Just a little airborne. It's still good. They're right. That frog's getting low on HP. Oh yeah. Ding 39. I have a spell to mem for this, but first, oh, I forgot I'm tiny. Let's do a little tiny dance. Let's do a little tiny cheer. Yay! Yay! A little tiny wave. Hey everybody, we're just getting started over here. It's the Sunday Swamptacular Splash Fest 2025, number 35. I wanted to ding 35 to celebrate number 35, so I logged on this level 28, and now I'm level 39. So that's 11 dances, 11 cheerings, 11, taking a bow. We've been taking a knee, in honor of Daisy. Tim Tebow would always take a knee. That was his monk's name. So let's take a knee. And also, if you're hating on flowers, well, first of all, what are you doing here? Second of all, I'll take that. But anyway, everybody else, I'm so glad you're here. Welcome. We're just getting started. It's 6 hours deep in the stream, but it's a 7-hour stream. So, that being said, we're just getting started. It feels so good to level up back in the home turf, right? We were in Mistmore earlier. It was awesome. But now we're in the home turf. And it's awesomer. I'm going to memorize Venom of the Snake. And I feel sorry for my opponents. They're going to have to deal with this. I thought Envenomed Breath was bad. Venom of the Snake o'clock. Couple more pulls. Let's do it. A couple more pulls. I got at least a few more. But I know these guys got to go break away. Well-deserved breaks. They've been carrying me so long. Go in and right. Oh, don't. Ah, it freaking rooted me. Bastard. So I gotta just slow and pray. Oh, I resisted the slow. Oh no, you think what makes a good EverQuest player someone who can sense impending disaster 30 seconds before it happens, either prevent it or die gracefully. What if they sense it and then they just gate and leave everybody else to die? Because that could be a good EverQuest player potentially, or the worst, right? Like the pirate software of EverQuest players. That would be, you know, you could argue it takes some skill to recognize that it's going to happen, but communication is a skill too. You can tell people what you're doing, tell people what the impending danger is. All right, a good example. Oh no, of what was not a good play. One time in this zone, I saw some players in safe hall, and one of them was a necro, and he had his back against the wall, and he summoned a pet, and it summoned on top of this tower here, and ran down all the way down the tower, the long way, and pulled every frog to safe hall and train them. You know what I mean? Of course, they blamed me for being in the zone, but it wasn't me. It was them. As proven by their own upload later. They're trying to get me banned over it. But anyway, that would be something where, if you're seeing all these frocks, maybe think about it. As that necro, maybe you could try to do something. Maybe pet get lost or I think the pet was already dead at that point, but maybe feign death, right? If you feign death before the whole train gets down to you, whatever, nothing happened. Or, you don't have feign death up for some reason. I guess leave the safe hall, die alone, save the group, something. Because they were playing supposedly hardcore mode. This was a while ago. This is like maybe 2 years ago now. Time flies. Time flies when you're having fun. And I have so much fun playing this game. Anyway, I'm off topic now. Thank you for your answer, oh no, 89. That's a great answer. I think there's a lot of skills. There's a lot of things that got to come together, right? Maybe you can lack in one of the requirements as long as you make up for it in the other ones. You have your strengths and your weaknesses. But yeah. I think there's a lot of us are pretty good EverQuest players these days, I would hope, right? We've been playing for a long time. And one of my weaknesses was definitely my hotkey usage. I'm trying to improve it. You guys have been helping me get better. You could teach an old troll new tricks. My hotkeys are much more effective, right? Than just hitting number 1 to cast spell 1, right? Let's have some friggin' lines in there. Got a couple dark blues over here. Oh, the wrong target. Yeah. So everything's kind of like personal preference, right? Like I was even saying, like if you're good enough at what you do, maybe you could even keyboard turn and still be good, But I think it's a red flag. I think there's certain red flags. Maybe that was a red flag of mine, not using my hotkeys well, right? Like this one right here. What is this? Spell number 6, hotkeyed to key number 0. For what purpose? I probably had a reason at some point, but now it just looks silly. Alright, I would like to land a Venom of the Snake. Let's see this thing. 40 damage upon hitting. And it seems to be doing nice chunk on the tick. Oh, a pretty big little chunkage there. That wasn't really accounted for. Hard to tell. It'll be easier to tell when I'm soloing, or even better, right? Use the knowledge of the wiki, right? Because if knowledge is power, well, we have unlimited power at our fingertips. on the old wiki. You know, it ain't Alakazam no more. You don't gotta sift through a bunch of, you know. You know. Let's check. Let's Venom of the Snake. P99. 40 damage initially, 59 damage every 6 seconds for 42 seconds. Increases at level 36 to 48-second duration. Okay, so it should be a 48-second duration for me. That's weird. Increases in duration at level 36. You got the spell at 34 as a Necro. So you're only using the short duration for 2 levels. Interesting. All right. Anybody want to try Passy? And by anybody, I mean Scroto. Oh, Scroto. Okay, never mind. If the group's breaking up now, I'm not 2-3 pull. Yeah, this has been absolutely ridiculous run. Use the keys to swap spells. Right. Oh no, that's something Ishiwatari EQ has been trying to teach me to do. That is very, I think for a shaman, I'm going to have to learn that because shamans I know switch spells a lot. Or should. I'm not. I'm chilling right now, but like, you know what I mean? I got to learn how to sweat. And, you know, if I ever want to sweat. But right now I'm still so chilling right now because it's low level. I don't have a clicky or anything like that. Like it's all or nothing with sweating. You know what I mean? Once I have a clicky, then I'll start trying to really time the canny versus the server tick and maximize gains, minimize losses. Just you know how it goes. Power gamer stuff. That's why I chose Inarok, right? I made a power gamer choice for that. You know, the casual in me wants to be Kazakh Thule because praise Kazakh. I always pick Kazakh Thule. But the power gamer knows Inarok shamans can fear kite, you know, and nobody else, no other shamans can, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? You swap spells 1 to 4 like that, but you don't try higher that. But I mean that's fine. Having 4 swappable slots and like knowing how to use them, that's like one hand right there. That's good. You never did that. You do have an order you like them mixed with the slam and the clickies. Um, yeah, there's always new stuff to learn, right? Because we learned the old-fashioned way, and sometimes habits are hard to break. Hey, Captain Longwhistle, congrats on 11 levels. I had a blast. I'm happy you were here. I really appreciate you. And, you know, with your support, I will continue to try to make every Sunday Swamptacular Splash Fest of 2025 just, you know, more Swamptacular than the one before. It's a lofty goal. I can't do it alone. So I'm glad you're here with me to help with that. Your mage and wizard never swap spells, and Chanter you need to swap. Yeah, Chanters have such a freaking deep. He said yes, he has Passy, and I went up there to pull anyway. Oh, I'm so dead. So dead. Root never broke. So, leaving a corpse in lower Gok. I'm gonna just consent my own Shadow Knight. Oh, Yonderwile, you got me? Oh, hell yeah, thank you. Appreciated. Well, I will consent you. Done. Thank you. Excellent. The carry continues. My apology to the group is that, you know, forgive me. I don't really have a good reason. I said it's because I'm 6.5 hours deep into this grind, you know, but if anything, that should make me more honed. For some reason, I thought I should go up there and try to root one. As I did it, I knew, like, I'm just going to get rooted immediately and be in big trouble. What do you know? Sometimes I am right. But anyway, I'm about to get a res. No harm, no foul, right? Luckily, not hardcore mode. If I was playing hardcore mode and I died like that, that'd be so disappointed. So disappointing. Right, I had to come out here to see the fungus spore. Ishiwatari, exactly. Ishiwatari, watch, I'm gonna try to do it. So spell 1. That's not how. How do you do this? Alt 1? Alt 1. Okay. Click it and then Alt 3. Okay. Click it. Which spell do I usually have at 4? The nuke. Alt 4. That could be definitely quicker. Not could be. It's like measurably quicker. Eight. What was 7? Oh yeah, slow. I had the insects. I gotta move this one to the front page. If I get used to that, that's a habit that I'm not in. But if I got into that habit, that would be great. Thank you for that, res. Woo! And just like that, I'm back in the action. So I see Tross is still alive, which is good. No soundtrack. Oh, you're so right. I should have done that. The Shadow Knight in me has like no use for that. Ooh. I gotta get used to that. When I play an enchanter, I do it with the clarity, but I didn't even it didn't occur to me. Ooh, that would have been tech. All right, next time. You caught me. Oh no, you caught me. That's a good call. I had never known about the ability to do that until probably 2024. I'm not sure when people started doing that, but when I was, you know, playing in the early days of Red up till, you know, the stale Kunark of Red, nobody was doing that I know of. Well, it was sometime when I was gone. Silver, the trick we are referring to is if you cast a buff on yourself and you accept the res, you click the yes on the box at the right moment, you will zone in with the buff. You can't do it too early, you can't do it too late. It's got to be just right. Being in the same zone as your corpse makes that window a little larger, right? I think. Is that would you guys agree to that? But either way, there's a window of time, a very small window of time. But once you get used to it, not too hard. And thank you so much for that, Res. Thank you again. You power leveled me, now you're resing me, you're just carrying me. Carrying me left and right. Let's see here. What can I do? Should probably buff myself a little bit. Spirit Sight. Oh shit. I don't have a gate up and I can't really move. Spooky for a second there. But yeah, as far as that res buff trick, as a Shadow Knight, I was able to use it one time to my advantage. I was getting a res in the same zone, and I hit a life leech. Hey, thank you for that follow. I hit a life leech on like some low level thing, and when I accepted the res, I got the heal portion of the life leech on, so that was cool. That was a little boost, but for the most part, I mean, like, you're not getting a huge gain off any res buff trickery as a Shadow Knight. Sure, you can zone in with endure cold or disease or even bobbing corpse perhaps, but you can't do your like skelly form or whatever. Like an illusion won't work. You can't illusion on the res trick because you lose it from zoning over. Yeah, clarity on enchanter, that's excellent. You zone in with the clarity. And yeah, you got the res effects, but your mana's zooming up and you can start casting other buffs. It's great. Right, the res effects get applied before you zone. It's really weird. You see it all happen like kind of moment by moment if you watch it real carefully. Weird. Not how it is on live. You try it on Oakland. Yeah, there's a lot of little things here and there that are not going to work the same. All right. So my tomfoolery got Neto killed. So I'm gonna log on my cleric. I'll take care of that. Antipyretic, you rezzed me. I really appreciate it. Oh shit, Tross pulled something. Hold on. Time to do stuff, and then I'll log wipeout. We're just getting started over here. Wipeout. If you guys don't know Wipeout, that's my battle cleric. But every now and then, I'm known to do a res. It's an alternative to healing. Res people after. Be like, why'd you die? All these fizzles. Oof, out of mana. Fizzled it all away. Absolutely brutal. Yoink. Okay, be right back. It was a joke. It's that time where we say we're making a silent move, moving in silence. Nobody knows that I'm logging on Wipeout. We're gonna clean up this mess I made. It was my fault. I will fully admit it. I'll take the fault. I looked, I peeked. I climbed the ladder. I crested the you know, I entered their loft. They didn't like that. Which I knew they wouldn't. I was pulling. Even though I knew I shouldn't. Something about, you know, his answer told me no. I asked, do you have Passy? And he said, yeah. And then I went and pulled. You know, thinking back on it, what was I doing? I wasn't paying attention. You know, I'm reading chat and chatting it up. Ironically, about what good EverQuest play looks like. And I go do that. You tune in here for more irony. You know, it's all good. I'm having fun. That's what matters. And hopefully, you know, this res goes smooth. We get I already forgot what's the enchanter's name resed up. They seem very nice, you know. I feel bad that they got killed due to my decision. I got the pieces picked up in no time. No time flat. Right, anyway, here's Wipeout. He's cool. Cool human cleric. And a friend of the frog, to say the least. That's the way I go to Lower Guk. I don't know about the rest of you guys, but I like to go the correct way. The correct way. Not too bad. Pretty quick. Of course, there's many ways to get there. This way is it's the time trial. This is the fastest. Show me a faster way. All right. I'm too large to fit through the window. I'm gonna have to swim it. I would show you, but just believe me, I can't fit through it. On this guy. On this chap. What is happening here? Why am I in this room? I like lagged for a sec, got all friggin' turned around. Oof. I think I'm high enough level that the bats don't look at me. Alright. That wasn't so bad. Relatively painless. Let me finish off the stream playing my Shadow Knight. I guess I could cast a I want to go check something out, right? It's like almost like a bookend, right? At the very beginning of the stream, I was doing something, and now, very end of the stream, I'm gonna go return to what I started, right? What I started this morning, you may remember, or you may not. Find out. Let's see if you remember. It's a silent move, though. Nobody knows. Let's see. Moving in silence. Make a silent moves. Let's go. Let's see what we see. Nothing and nobody right now. I got to rebuff. Zone's empty. Buffs are fading. Many buffs are fading. Can't have that. But then, let's go. Let's go see what we see. It is bonus loot after all. What better time to check out a camp like this than on this? A holiday weekend bonus where, you know, we could possibly, instead of seeing a golem wand, what do I see here? Ooh, golem wands. If I got a ring 8, I could chuck the spyglass. I got a ring 8. I use both. You know what's crazy? I use a shrunken goblin skull earring too. You can never have too many clickies, Yonder Wiley. But no, I agree what you mean. I agree with what you mean. My shaman's a little neglected right now. I was so free to hand over a fungi tunic, but I'm stingy with the clicks. It was a small oversight. All right, we got a placeholder there. Don't care. I want to see. I'm here on a knowledge gaining expedition. I'm not here on a farming attempt. All right. No, I will kill the named if it's up. Let's see. Got one more named in the zone that I care about. Of course, it's on the complete opposite side of the zone. Whatever. Not that big. As long as you know your way around it. Trying to strafe up the ladder a little bit. Just a little tap a strafe. I'm sure it makes it faster. That's one category where Bard speed makes it pretty hard. Ladder climbing, oh god. Especially that ladder. That one I always fly right off. I'm not playing a Bard right now. I'm playing a Shadow Knight. And unfortunately, the other name is not up either. So it is what it is. I just had to see. I wanted to lay eyes. You know? And that's the way you have to do it now. You can't just pet track. What's my favorite class? PvP and PvE. Melvin O'Houlihan, great question. Thank you for that. I would say my favorite class PvP wise is Shadow Knight. I love it. I love the Shadow Knight. They have the best finisher, right? They have one of the only finishers. That harm touch is just like seals the deal. Love that. You know? So many people, might have gotten away if I was playing any other class, but because you got that deal sealer in the form of harm touch, I don't know today. But for PVE, I think I gotta hand it to Bard right now. I don't even play it right. I don't even do like whole zone pulls or whatever. I kind of like very casually charm stuff and do this and do that and just I enjoy it so much. They're so mobile. Um, there's not much they can't do. You know, they do it all. It's great. So I'd have to say Bard. Probably my favorite PvE class, but um, I'm starting to play a Shaman, and Shaman might be best of both worlds. Who knows? If people aren't prepared with a cure poison potion, they're not gonna want to run into my Shaman because I'm gonna poison them. That shit hurts. It really does. You could zone, right? You get hit with a poison, go run away, go to another zone. But now you're taking full damage from that dot. You're not taking PvP debuff no more. You're taking because PvP damage is nerfed, right? Or for spells, it hits for 2/3. Kind of like a dot hits a moving target in PvE for 2/3. It's the same thing in PvP, moving or stationary. Just the fact that it's PvP makes it 2/3. But if the player zones, it becomes full damage. So, but if they zone and die, nobody killed them, so they don't get yellow texted. So that's the other thing, you know. We'll see how it goes. I've never played a shaman. It'll be fun. I've fought against a lot of shamans, and I'll say they're tough. You know, can't wait to do that. You know me, I always come prepared. I got my cure poison, cure disease. I got my pumice. I got my golem wand. All right, full mana with no XP loss. That is beautiful. Yonder Wiley knows the power of a shaman for sure, and I've been taking a lot of tips and tricks from, you know? Why not? Why not learn from someone who knows what to do? It's wonderful. It's a gift. But anyway, speaking of wonderful gifts, you guys have all given me a wonderful gift of being a terrific Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest 2025 number 35 audience. I really appreciate that wonderful gift. And I hope I gave you the gift of a wonderful Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest 2025 number 35 itself. You know what I mean? That's from me to you, right? I'm sharing my Norathian experience with you. Swish 2, it's great to see you. We're just getting started over here. We're just getting started to wind it down. I gotta start, it's like the credits almost. We gotta give credit where credit is due. Another bestseller stream. I appreciate the love and good, the kind words. It means a lot to me. And that Basher medal or whatever we call it, subscriber badge looks great. It's the first time I've seen that. I think the 12-month looks really good on you. Thank you for being one of the greatest supporters. Let me just real quick refresh the J boots. I'm gonna get myself in position just in case anything goes on down here later. You never know. It's one of those zones. I'm not done yet. Whoops. Yeah. He couldn't see me for a second there. So yeah, today's stream, if you're just joining us or whatever, you want to recap, here it is. Level 28 through 39 on the shaman. It's 11 levels. And I'll just pause for applause right there. You know what I mean? Like, do you really even need more? That's 11 levels in one stream. It was great. It was terrific. 2 hell levels, knocked them out of the park. You know, cross them off, X them out, wipe them down. They're done. Switch 2. I appreciate that. Yeah. I do. I do 3 streams a week, but this is the big one. Every Sunday is the, Swamptacular Splashfest. You're not going to find that anywhere else, except, of course, the YouTube channel where they all get archived. So come on down if you want to catch any past ones you may have missed or what have you. Relive your favorite ones. They're all there, with a little asterisk. They're all there starting in whatever month and year I started archiving them. They're all there. I think it's probably been about a year I've been archiving them. So that's cool. I think that's cool. But what do I know? I got one more thing to check before the end of the stream. This was something I was also messing around with at the very beginning of the stream. And like a bookend, we're going to finish where we began, right? We began, first of all, with a bunch of raids, right? We're going to finish with a raid. So stay till the very end. That's like, you know how movies like to put the little silliness after the credits? It's like that, like the raid at the end of the stream. That's the silliness. You got to sit through these credits, please. Otherwise, you might miss the little funny bit where the, flubber says something to the other flubber. I don't remember. I haven't seen a movie in a long time. You know what I'm saying. But the other bookend here is I was on Buckaroo, my ranger, and I killed a couple random things, right? And I said something along the lines of, wouldn't it be crazy if Quillmane popped from this? And then I logged off and, got on the shaman and started doing all that stuff. Anyway, we're back. We're back where we started. I'm on Buckaroo. I'm in South Carolina. Wouldn't it be crazy if a Quillmane spawned off all that? And I don't see it. That would have been crazy, though. Let's see. We could poke around. We could kill some stuff and see if we spawn anything. Maybe an escape split pod. How about that? I'm just randomly selecting targets at this point. I don't think. I don't think. But it'd sure be cool. Not that I need a Lev Cloak. I have a Lev Cloak. I have a Shadow Knight here that could use a Lev Cloak. Even though Shadow Knights get Bobbing Corpse, they don't get that till like higher level. Like, what if I don't want to wait? Or what if I never want to get higher level on that Shadow Knight? I got high level Shadow Knight. Maybe I want a low level Shadow Knight. And maybe that low level Shadow Knight wants to float around on air. The power of, Quillmane. I don't think we were so lucky on that one. Anyway, this escape split paw. What is he doing? Heading to the right. Straight ahead. I felt like I was following him for a little bit and then I got confused. If he warped, I'm going to say that's the placeholder, right? The placeholder is the warpy one. Not every path is the warpy path, but there is a warpy path. Maybe this guy's on it. We could watch him for a little bit. See if he warps. I'll just kill him. Alright, so what is this, 72 seconds, something like that? So maybe at 6:14 on that timer. I almost sneezed on stream, but I caught it. Survived another one. Alright, here we go. If anything spawns above the Centaur Archer, when this thing hits whatever time I said before. We did it. But I don't know. That would be extremely lucky. I should probably go buy a lotto ticket after that if that happens. You can't end the stream with a epic lucky moment if you don't try. If you don't roll the dice. I'm rolling the dice right now. Yeah, not that. Mayor Clubthorn, we think is probably on the werewolf timer, right? That's why the werewolf's gone. The Merrick's back up. It was Chilogan who clued me into that. I never made that connection before. I think perhaps this Mistwolf wandered in from elsewhere. You know, let's assume that it's not just so happens to perfectly have spawned at the right time, right? It couldn't be. That couldn't be. Well, let's kill it anyway, just in case. And we'll see again in 72 seconds. Oh boy. But yeah, it's pretty far away. It's looking more and more like what I said, where it looks like it appeared above the Centaur Archer, but come on, let's be real here. In fact, this Lioness is above the Mistwolf, so definitely not. But we could go kill the Lioness too, because maybe that was it. These are all potential placeholders. They're on the list. You ever think we'll see the promised Teams PvP server? I would sure hope so, Melvin O'Hoolihan. It would be great. I feel like the worst thing I can do is get my hopes up, right? But the best thing that could happen would be to be pleasantly surprised. So with that in mind as a strategy, I'm going to go ahead and say no. But, you know, I'm hoping and praying. No groups allowed, no guilds allowed. It says I grind this. No buffing allowed. Yeah, there we go. You know what? While we're at it, no auto attack either. You have to only... No medding. You have to stand to med. All warriors. Hell yeah. Whoever logs off last wins. I mean, that's EverQuest. That's EverQuest PvP at the highest level. And keeping in mind fashion. We're fashion first, right? You gotta be fashionable. Anyway, I've killed a few random targets here now. You hit Control W in your dreams? What was Control W? What window is that? Is that Teams window or something? Consumables are a crutch, I know. Mr. Loco, it's good to see you. Oh, that's your /who, gotcha. Oh yeah, I see it happening. Holy shit. I always just type /. That's funny. Well, you can teach an old troll new tricks. I'm learning all sorts of new tricks today. This is like my normal hotkey setup as far as having a spell on here. Now we're gonna replace that with the macro. Post haste. I never knew that. So I use Watt, so the Control W is moving me forward slightly. But yeah, I didn't even clock that it was also doing the who. Anyways, I had a real blast today. I don't think we spawned a Quillmane, unfortunately. It is what it is. I tried. We did, however, spawn many Quillmanes last week. Was that last week? We did a Quillmane party recently, and that's why Buckaroo's still out here. It was great. We got 6 Lev Cloaks on stream, including that one that my shaman is rocking, right? Saibao, the shaman, powerful stuff. Anyway, speaking of powerful stuff, you're all powerful for sticking with this stream today, and I wish you the greatest of Sundays for the rest of the day, you know. And tomorrow, if you're celebrating Labor Day tomorrow and get the day off, enjoy that. You know, it's still summer today. This weekend, it's, you know, we're doing it. We're doing summer stuff. So, you know, let's all go touch some grass after this stream or something. But keep in mind, we're gonna go end the stream with a nice strong raid. Let's go. Let's go find somebody. Thanks for sticking with me today. And next EverQuest stream is going to be Thursday morning, bright and early, right here. Rise and Grind, 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. Eastern. I know. I have to laugh every time I say that because it sounds crazy. Because it is. That's a crazy time to have a scheduled stream. But you know what? What we're doing. It's going on. It's happening. So I'll see you there. Hopefully, you know, if you can make it. Otherwise, you know where to find the replays. The VODs are saved here on Twitch, and the YouTube channel will have it. But of course, the next stream is going to be on Tuesday. Probably Tuesday, right? But stay tuned. Check the Discord if you haven't. Can you get one last question of the day? Yeah. Question of the day: what makes a good EQ player to you? You know, it's personal preference. Rise and or grind, yes, on Thursday morning. It's gonna be fun. You know, I'm gonna have my coffee in hand. I'm gonna be caffeinating, and I'm gonna be preparing for the day ahead. You know, I gotta, you know, gotta take care of stuff after the stream. But I always feel ready. You know what I mean? Like a little EQ session in the morning sets me up for success, and I hope it sets you up for success too. But Tuesday, when you see me playing a game that's not EverQuest, have no fear. I didn't quit, okay? I didn't get banned. I didn't quit. I still play EverQuest. I still enjoy EverQuest very much, but I also occasionally enjoy some other games. And I like to share them with you on the Tuesday, or sometimes Tuesday, Wednesday stream. You know, it's one or the other. And sometimes, you know, I might choose to play EverQuest on that stream too. You know, it might happen. Don't count it out. But what I can guarantee is I will play EverQuest again next Sunday. So, Yonder Wiley, I know you already answered it, but can I get one last answer for the question of the day? What do you think? What makes a good EQ player? I think it takes a lot. I think you got to really stack the skills up, right? And you know, a nice tall stack of those EverQuest skills will set you apart, you know? Or at least help you fit in, because in 2025, you're hard pressed to find somebody who has not been honing their EQ skills in one way or another for decades, right? Knowledge, confidence to act on that knowledge. Bang, IGT. You stewed on it. You thought about it, and you got back to me. I appreciate that. Swish, good EQ player, someone who knows their class and isn't distracted by Netflix. Yes. Yonder Wiley says fucking around and finding out. Yeah, I mean that takes some balls, aka confidence, right? I think it's all, you gotta have some focus in a group. True. You will see some really bad EQ from me when I'm not focused, and I think that's universal. People are gonna, you know, you got to stay focused more than you don't, otherwise you're gonna get a bad rep. You know, but hey, I still got some people that like to play with me, so I'm lucky with that. Solid Mechanics says Pacer Loco, patience and the time to play actively. There you go. You got to make time for EQ. That's why Rise and Grind is Thursday morning for me, because that's the time that I made for it, and it's probably some of the best EQ play you might see from me. The Thursday morning, I'm the least distracted. I'm usually very focused on the task at hand. Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest, you know, I'm all over the place. I'm having fun. Not to say I don't read chat on Thursdays, and not to say I don't make mistakes on Thursdays, but you know, I don't know. I'm happy to be here. That's for sure. So anyways, thanks for hanging out. Let's go finish solid with a raid. I started the stream a few minutes early because I could not stay away. I love this game. It feels so good and fun to play. And I hope you had fun watching it. So let's go raid another EverQuest channel. Ooh, wow. Some of my favorites are streaming right now. Oh boy. So we got Mikozy is on Project Quarm on 57 Warrior. And we got Dude Boy Orc Boy is in SRA on a 58 Magician. Some of my favorites. You know, so I'm gonna do a shout out to Mikozy, and then we're gonna go raid Dude Boy Orc Boy. Okay, I want you to please take this moment to you know, follow Dude Boy Orc Boy, or I mean, follow Mikozy before we get to Dude Boy Orc Boy. So shout out, okay. You can click follow from here, right? Go check out Mikozy. If you don't know Mikozy, definitely want to give him a follow. He's great. But after that, join me. We're gonna go say what's up to Dude Boy Orc Boy, one of the best to do it. He puts on a great show, and it looks like he's they're right in the middle about getting started over here. So we'll show him some love from red99. Maybe one of these days we will convince Dude Boy Orc Boy to join us on the dark side, the red side, the PvP side. You know, until then, he's an EverQuest enjoyer enjoying EverQuest, just like us, you know, just like me, just like you. And I'll see you guys soon, okay? Thanks for hanging out. Really appreciate it.